This show is intended for adult audiences. You know, people with bills, backaches, responsibilities, and a functioning sense of humor. It contains strong language, stronger opinions, and the kind of jokes that might send the emotionally fragile into a full-blown meltdown. If you're easily offended, perpetually outraged, or think words are violence, this is your cue to clutch your pearls, grab a blankie, and sprint to your nearest safe space. Or, you know, just get in the sea. We won't miss you. For everyone else, buckle up and let's have some laughs.
Rated D for Dickhead.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething.
Hello, you dirty little boys. Are you interested in my body?
I'm gonna come.
Nice tits.
A real setup of donkers. Packing some Doban hunkeros, Baghanaga hooks, humongous hungalamga no logangas.
I want people in the industry to be a little bit louder about people being mean to other people, and maybe say it's not a good thing.
I don't really care, Margaret.
Hello. I'm off. Basically, run.
What's going down, babes? Show me the loving.
Silence! You are too gay to be the doctor.
I'm wonderful, and I'm the most amazing person in the universe.
Exterminate!
Go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them. With the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want.
But hey, that's just a theory. A theory.
Demonic presence at unsafe levels.
Why are you running? Let's take some dope.
I am like,
I have had hallucinations on weed before.
if I get that high,
Them babies, Alyssa. Disabilities. I wanted to finish Elden Ring, goddammit.
He's a piece of
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
the reason why DEI was put in place in the first place was incredibly disingenuous racism and sexism, people being discriminated against. This was put in place to try and
Disillusioned young dudes.
white men or straight people. Someone's getting a job over them that doesn't deserve it. People are missing out on jobs that deserve it more than a person who's getting it because they're a woman or because they're black. But these people are making a lot of money, print money, cash,
Money. Well,
capitalism, raise a bunch of money, more money, heaps and heaps of.
I'm afraid I've got some bad news. Bad news. He's a smee. He's a smee. He's a smee. He's a smig. Hey.
You're watching Will of the Fans! Let's fucking go!
Hero
boys
Indeed.
of the fans. Yeah.
Indeed.
It's Sunday. It's rapidly becoming my favorite day of the week. Used to be my least favorite because it meant I had school in the morning, but now every day that I work, I enjoy myself. So thank you, everybody. It's awesome to be here once again.
I thought you dreaded Sunday because we had to cover all those shitty Disney Doctor Who episodes.
I used to hate it too. That was like the zenith of my hatred for Sundays. Now it's become a much more enjoyable affair. We get to review classic British comedy sci-fi excellence that just keeps getting better and better at the moment, and just having a great old time. And of course, we're also going to be playing some Jackbox later on for you lovely people. So I hope you are prepared for quite a long affair today as we begin everything that we have to get involved in. Nobody I see in the chat, man, who wants a link, wants to show us something. Let me see if I can pencil it in after our intros, but we are of course here to review Red Dwarf. Helzo's not here yet, he'll be here later. Obviously, before we get to our intros, the fucking clocks changed in Europe and the UK. Damned daylight savings time. Okay, I mean, I don't actually mind if it's this time right now because it means I can later, from next week onward, I have to do everything an hour later my time to match with America and get back on track with Europe. So that means I can do everything an hour later, which I like. I hate getting up early in the morning, for example. But anyway, it's a pain in the ass this week. Everybody's an hour behind in Europe. John, it hasn't happened for you yet, and it never happens for me in Asia. So because they are sensible here. So I'm completely confused as to what fucking time it is. What time is it in England, Rhoda?
It is 13:09, sirs.
Oh, so it's 1, right? So we are 8 hours ahead again. Of course, yeah, of course. It's been 9 years of this shit now. I should be used to it, but for some reason I'm still not. Anyway, never mind all that rubbish. John, how the devil are you?
I'm awesome as always. I actually managed to finally get some sleep after sitting in this chair for I spent from Friday to Saturday, all the hours except for maybe about 2 or 3 hours that I laid down. I was like, oh, I should probably get some sleep. And that didn't happen because, of course, you enticed me with Metal Gear Solid hotties. And I would suggest to everybody, be prepared for when that is finalized and complete. That is going to be something incredibly special because it already is.
Oh, it's going to beat the rest. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. But I after all that, I got some sleep. Then I woke up. I actually downloaded Red Dwarf before I went to sleep, so I actually ended up staying up for a little over 24 hours. And then I slept so late that my planned trip to go to get groceries and whatnot, I was just like, yeah, no, that's not going to happen. And then just kind of caught up on a few things and took a nap and then watched Red Dwarf again. So it has been surprisingly low-key weekend. So I'm totally ready for this, though. I watched the episodes again right before we got in here. So let's fucking go.
Yeah, let's fucking go. I'm looking forward to this one. Rhoda, what's up, buddy?
I got up and found out that the clocks had changed, so I rewatched the episodes in quite a hurry. Literally just binge watched the two of them back to back, about half an hour ago, finishing about half an hour ago, because I thought I had another hour, and then my housemate has an analog clock that needs physically changing, and he asked me to do it. And then I realized the time had changed, so I messaged you and asked what time you were starting. So I had to get my housing gear.
This week I think I'll probably move everything back an hour, so it will match up with, because I'll have to do SNH an hour later, so everything will be an hour later. And I fucked up today. Well, I didn't fuck up. The power company fucked up, but it doesn't matter. I'll get to me in a minute. Continue, mate. Any news on the newspaper?
No. I haven't been into work today. It's I don't work on Sundays anymore. It was just those couple of random ones.
Right.
So yeah, no idea. Absolutely no idea. But no news is good news, right?
Yeah, I do think it's quite kind of you, more than kind, beyond charitable to call that a newspaper. I think publication technically counts, but does seem like a lot of nonsense to put on toilet paper.
Perhaps propaganda vessel is more appropriate.
There we go.
All right. We have got 2 episodes of Red Dwarf to review. They are the first 2 episodes of Series 6. I just sort of thought, wow, actually, I didn't realize. Whenever I've watched them before, I've never been as critical as I am now. And I never realized what an upgrade it really is in Series 6 to be doing things, a new format. Obviously, Red Dwarf is now no longer in the show. It's AWOL, and they're chasing it. And
it's taken on
it's
Ulysses.
the goal now to catch it.
It's the Odyssey.
And given that they've got smaller sets, so they now have Starbug, which is an altogether much smaller vessel. It's like a few bedroom house rather than it's more like a mansion sized ship rather than a city sized spaceship. So you know what I mean? It's nowhere near as big as Red Dwarf, and that brings proximity. It forces characters to be all together more, which means more lines for other characters. It does unfortunately mean the elimination of Holly as a character, for now anyway. But and it is the sunset to Hattie Hayridge's Holly anyway, because the next time you see Holly, it will be Norman Lovett again. The whole format's different, but also just the model shots, the special effects, significant upgrade from previous series. And this is where that starts to ramp up considerably, because they were starting to look at making a movie. And the American pilot, I don't think the American pilot, I think it had already happened, but I think they already knew it wasn't going to be a thing, so they focused more on getting a movie made. So you notice increases in production budget, corners, bit tat shaved off everywhere. So there's no like lengthy corridors like there were in Red Dwarf. Everything happens in the cockpit of Starbug, the sort of gantry of Starbug, or in the main sort of communal area, which we see for the first time in this, and it works. This is the Red Dwarf as it looked when I started watching it in Series 7. So this is cool. This is like coming home for me. And you also got a much more formulaic comedy, which works because repetition of jokes. And in just these 2 episodes, you have a couple of real timeless bangers that I think are brilliant. So I'm really looking forward to it. Now, maybe you guys could talk a bit about how you feel about these 2 episodes while I take my earphones out and mute myself for a second to see what nobody has tried to show me, because he says he wants me to react to it but not show it.
Right.
So I'm gonna do that.
I think I know what it is.
Probably, but I'm gonna take a look. I'm gonna use my phone, so there's no danger of putting it on the screen. I'll be off cam for a couple of minutes and I'll be right back. Okay.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Yeah. No, it was interesting first watch. It's because they're doing a chase, and I'm assuming that this whole season is going to be just a movie where it's like the original Terminator. You got to get to the end goal. They got to find Red Dwarf and get caught up to it. So it definitely was a change in, I guess, pacing and things like that. There was a few things where
it makes it more like it kind of makes it more action oriented, because they're actually like trying to find the ship. They're trying to chase down the
more
ship
serialized,
rather than just, like, floating through space and reacting to whatever happens. There's actually like an end goal now. So it does make the entire script more focused.
There's an overarching.
It really works
to the season itself, and I as we go through it, I can't remember if they did a setup joke in the first episode and then did it again for the second episode.
There's a lot of callbacks. I wouldn't quite go as far as to call them setups.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that would definitely be the more appropriate way to say it. But yeah, on the second go around though, because I usually try to watch all these episodes twice or more when I get the chance, so I can actually start to kind of be a little bit more analytical. First time, just like, all right, let's have this wash over and just watch it as it is, and then I put a little bit more of a critical eye on second, third viewings, things like that.
Well, I'm kind of back to normal with this season because obviously season 5 was the one that I didn't get to see as a kid. I only ever saw it as an adult, whereas we're back to ones that I've seen many, many, many times now. Although I did like literally just rewatch them to refresh my memory.
Right.
But yeah, this is more like putting on an old coat now.
The interesting thing was it's kind of like, you ever listen to a music album first time you hear it, and you just kind of hear it, as I was saying, and it's like, okay, all right, yeah. But then you listen to it on repeated view and repeated sessions, and you pick up other little details and things like that, and it becomes more rich.
Yeah.
And that was the interesting thing, because at first watching, I'm like, all right, well, yeah, these are good, but it's not quite what season 5 was. But then when I watched it the second time, I'm like, oh, actually, no, there's a lot more going on here than just kind of on the initial naive viewing of it. So, yeah. What are your thoughts, Will?
Yeah, that's really cool. That's not anything like what I was expecting to see, but very interested. Yeah. Definitely has about 1 billion potential applications, especially for streamers. And that's really all I can say about it, because I've been shown it, but I'm not supposed to talk about it. So all I can say is there's something really cool coming that will be very useful for a lot of us and people like us. And good job, Nobody. I didn't realize you had it in you to make stuff like that. So that's really, really cool. Long may it go on, mate. Very cool. Very cool indeed. Thank you for sharing. By the way, he also dropped his 3 months of membership chat now, saying, John, you don't know how far it's gone. LOL. Yeah, it did look. There were a couple of different uses in a video clip that he sent to me, and yeah, this is a bit of a game changer in many ways. Could be very, very cool. Kind of surprised it wasn't already existing officially. I can't say any more than I've already said, but well done, Nobody. And if anyone wonders where he's been, apparently he's been hard at work. So congratulations, and yeah, let's see more of this. Good job. Okay.
In the lab.
Almost just blew out my eardrums with that. So anyway, yeah, I heard a little bit of what you guys were saying. It's a great couple of episodes that we've got today. And Hunter says he'll be back when the boobs are coming. Well, Hunter, you know how to get the boobs because you demonstrated to us how to get Dobon Hunkeros just yesterday. In fact, I am gonna set the chat for the
a mere $20 donation is the quickest way to get at least a taste.
Yeah, we have new Dobon Hunkeros for everybody who didn't see it yet. I played it like half a dozen times yesterday, though, so you might have.
Yeah, that
worth a look.
I mean, I might be a little bit biased, but that is definitely in my top 5 clips of things that we have on here now.
We are almost to a man now. Like almost every reward that is available for every kind of donation is now in some way related to tits. So there you go. Welcome to Will of the Fans.
The Will of the Fans
/ fucking titties of the fans or whatever. Guno Max, and yeah, that's how we roll here, man. We like boobs. We're men. We fucking we like ourselves some titties. We really do. By the way, Sardoc has just upgraded his membership from Reactionaire to Rage Beta. So thank you. You know what? I'm gonna drop a 10 for that. And Nobody drops a 2. Thank you very much. Says for indulging me. No problem, buddy. Appreciate you coming and sharing. That was very intriguing. I look forward to seeing how it develops. And thanks.
Speaking of which, sharing is caring, everyone.
Yes.
So while you're here, like the stream, lick that thumb, find the love button, give it a nice furious rub. That's right. But definitely, more than anything, share the stream. Go to X. There's posts that are already there. You can repost those if you don't want to make one of your own. But share. Share it now.
That's it. Ensure that you have liked the stream. Of course, here's my glamorous assistant.
Like the stream.
Share.
So glamorous.
The stream.
And share the stream as well, guys. Yes, there should be an X post by now with us tagged in it. You can find it any of our pages. Share it out there. Tell your friends. Get more people in here. We're going to be having a laugh for the next, Jesus Christ, hours and hours and hours. At this point. Yeah, 4 hours minimum.
I did it while the intro sequence was on.
Yep.
Beautiful. So we'll begin by getting into Red Dwarf then. But don't forget, yes, if you want titty clips and future Jackbox streams, please help to fill these bars. Help me feed my kids and all that cool shit. And there'll be plenty of entertainment in response. So thank you very much. We will begin to get into the episodes then, beginning with Series 6, Episode 1, known as Psirens. That's Sirens with a P for people who don't get it, although you did see the title of the stream, so it should be pretty bloody obvious to everybody. This is a play on the idea of the
Odyssey.
Ulysses. Yeah, the Odyssey, exactly. Yeah, sirens that will doom your vessel and kill you and eat you or whatever, but with a horrifying twist and also a psychological twist. So there's lots to be looking forward to. I'm going to get it on the screen, and we'll just get into it because we've got a lot to go through today, including Jackbox later. So hold on a moment while I stop buying time and just get to the fucking episode already and put it on the bloody screen, and put the watermark on it because these days my VLC is used for other means as well. And that's why I haven't, you know what those means are, obviously. That's why. Super boobimation. There you go. Perfect. And, this is interesting as an episode too, because you kind of get almost a little bit of a soft reboot from this episode straight out of the gate. Like, you get the feeling that what we know about them doing the movie and such is what it is, but it's also to do with the fact that they clearly need to expand the audience of Red Dwarf. They're trying to get syndication in America. They're trying to build up interest in the show to justify a movie budget. So that means a bit more expository dialogue than they are usually dropping. A little bit more, especially in this first episode. So you'll get a little bit of a sort of a in-universe soft recap of the current status of everybody in the show. So there we go. So this, again, as I say, this is episode 1 of Series 6. It is called Sirens. We begin on Starbug, as we will continue to be only on Starbug for the next 2 series. In the middle of a starfield, there's an enormous sun. Starbug crawls across the screen, and we enter the observation deck. Everything's dark, and Lister comes down on some sort of bunk bed. I think this is the first time we've ever seen any sleeping quarters on Starbug, right? Right, they haven't done it. Like I said, they've greatly expanded the Starbug sets, but made them smaller than the Red Dwarf sets so that they could be more economical with that and do more with the effects and plots and stuff like that. And it works out, because it also, the other thing I like about them being cornered on Starbug all the time is it makes them so much more vulnerable than they were before on this giant city-sized ship. They always felt like they were the ones being invaded and had the home turf, whereas now they're pretty much always having to exit out onto some planet or some other place.
Like me and John were saying while you were away, it makes the entire show more dynamic.
Yeah, it does. Much more. Yeah.
It was a really bloody good idea.
Yeah, and it puts a certain kind of impetus on the boys to actually be a full-on crew, which they very much kind of iterate that in these episodes. They're talking, about specifically how they're a team, which is quite the achievement that they've gotten to the point to where they realize how much they need each other.
Yeah. And they're always, pretty much all of them are in almost every scene now. So there's not that in this first couple episodes anyway. They're pretty much together the entire time. There's very few scenes where there's only one or two characters talking and the others are off doing something else. They're pretty much always together, going through everything as a unit. So that's cool. And it means that characters like, say, the cat, who is very often forgotten in terms of like crucial plot function and getting gag lines instead. That's not happening anymore. Now he has a purpose. We're well into the days of the cat piloting Starbug now, with his nose to help them with extra sensory perception. But we begin obviously with this. So as everything flickers into life, we see this gigantic bearded, ultra long dreaded Lister with what are at least 8-inch long fingernails and toenails coming off his bunk. He looks ridiculous.
I think they're more like 9-inch nails, but that's just
for fun's sake.
Yeah.
For fun's sake, John.
Somebody put $1 in the John 9-inch nails jar. Lister, I completely understand your expression right now, my friend. There we go.
I had to. It's a setup. Come on.
Of course. So what's the just and easiest way you could possibly, now of course we get this funny little line where Lister is scratching his chest with one of his 9-inch nails. Fucking dick. And then he stumbles off the bunk and begins to walk across the floor, as we see that his toenails now are as hideously long and deformed as his fingernails, and his hair is ridiculous as well. His dreads have grown to an insane length, and he stumbles over, and the first thing he does is put his fingernail in a mechanical pencil sharpener and start sharpening it. And for some reason, the audience goes, "Ugh." It's like, that's not that bad. Come on, it's pretty stupid. It's not like it's filthy, disgusting, and reprehensible behavior.
And even for a Lister, this is pretty low key. You know,
Yeah,
he's actually doing something
Lister
hygienic.
does worse things. Lister does much worse things in this episode. So there we go. Anyway, as he sort of regains his composure from having just woken up, he sees himself in the mirror and literally says, "Who the hell are you?" And so there we go. Now Crichton is doing his daily duties. He is taking some trash out, throws it into a compactor, pushes the button, compactor closes, opens again, and Crichton has received a small cube. This is obviously a gag that's being set up for later. It's a little bit of foreshadowing of something coming up later on. And you know,
and the introduction of the garbage disposal itself.
The garbage crusher, of course, yes.
This is what we call good writing, because it seems like something kind of innocuous, but it actually has
and it gets a laugh, which I don't really understand, but it does get a laugh. I mean, it's a bit weird that it gets a laugh, because it doesn't seem to me in any way out of the ordinary. It's just Crichton doing his daily duties. He's the fucking butler, you know?
But it's really cool too, though, because it's such a quick little simple shot, but it shows how the budget's actually increased, because it's got the mechanized door and all this kind of stuff. And you know, you can, from this little scene, it's setting up how things have kind of changed in terms of production and the, I guess, the richness of which they are actually crafting the stories with interconnected. Everything functions so much more in this limited set.
This is one of the first sagas that really starts in Red Dwarf, like where they're actually on an ongoing mission. Like this, they don't generally end as many episodes on straight punchlines anymore. They just sort of wind down and move on and fly off into the sunset. As
back to the chase.
Back as we resume the mission, which is to, of course, catch up to Red Dwarf that they've lost.
And
we'll find out more soon. Go on.
And the fact that they technically do actually legitimately have this overarching mission now has really shifted that team dynamic into, they have to actually do this. You know, there's no just sitting around and just wallowing their own self delusions and whatnot. Like, they're actually focused. It's really quite the thing to see how much growth they've had as characters at this point in time. But it's all organic, right?
Okay. So this is all really good stuff. By the way, while we're at it, Sardoc has jumped in for £5 of legitimate currency, ladies and gentlemen. That's some serious
Every
shit.
single person of, that's intelligent, hardworking, ambitious, had dreams and goals, has abandoned England in the last 200 years.
As well as obviously upgrading the membership. I'm going to have to throw an extra few bucks onto the bar myself to compensate for that. So he says, sorry, how does he wipe? Oh, don't give me that look. You were all thinking it. I just said it. That Lister with his fucking nails. Yeah. Well, fortunately for him, he doesn't seem to have needed to yet. Although, to be fair, do you think it would be painful to cut that much nail off? Or do you think it's just like numb, useless? And would nails get that hard or would they become floppy? I don't know. If you get them wet, will they go like... Bleh?
Well, I would imagine 200... he's got to be on some kind of... is he in stasis? Yeah, is he? Well, I don't know. It's weird because when he came out of the stasis field, everything stopped. But
yeah, that was just time stopping. But this is like some kind of suspended animation. So, not to be too disgusting. Well, it is.
But it's not. But it's not
presumably
stopping time.
Tyson did it for him.
But it's not stopping time though, because I'm sitting here thinking, well,
that's what I'm saying. It's not stopping time. He was in suspended animation, not stasis. So presumably he did crap. So presumably Crichton wipes it away.
Well, right, and so that's the thing because he doesn't.
Well, Crichton has all those groin attachments.
True enough.
Okay, maybe he vacuumed it away then.
Because he doesn't have like a life support, like a feed or tube or anything like that going on. But he's clearly, his hair's still growing, his nails are still growing. So, with, I guess, limited nutrition, they wouldn't be very strong nails.
Yeah, no, they'd probably be half dead nails that would be virtually useless to him in any way, shape, or form. Okay, well, anyway, we do have an answer. Noel Kerins said, like a mathematician, he works it out with a pencil.
Indeed.
That's disgusting. That's fucking hissing. That's horrible. But thank you very much for that. We appreciate it. And of course, yeah, guys, continue please to help fill the bar up. Much appreciated. Okay, so yeah, Crichton obviously using the trash compactor gets his little cube out and walks off as Lister enters what we now know to be the we'll see a lot of scenes in this place in the next two series. This is the sort of wreck area of Starbug. There's sort of just their communal hangout space, basically. There is no Holly because they have lost connection to Red Dwarf. So that's the explanation for why they have no Holly. The actual reason is because they just ran out of ideas for Holly. They literally had just run out of ideas. They didn't know what to do with Holly because you've got Crichton, who is a walking, in scene exposition dumper, every bit as useful as Holly, except actually more useful than Holly.
Yeah, because Holly almost would be like a non sequitur at this point in time, where it's not efficient to the writing. Yeah,
exactly. Holly basically at this point was serving only as a one-liner and open the cargo bay doors.
Right,
that was it.
And now there's no cargo bay.
Yeah, and now there's no cargo bay doors to open, so they don't need Holly. Exactly. And it also helps if they seem more confused going into the situations they go into. So there's that as well. Anyway, right. So Lister stumbles his way into the wreck area, whatever you want to call it. And he's still very confused. And Crichton walks in and says, welcome back online, sir. How are you feeling? Lister says, I can't remember anything. I don't know who I am. What is this place? Who are you? He goes, you have a touch of amnesia. Now there's like almost like you need to put $1 in the jar for like hackneyed writing there, because it's like, oh, well, we need to reestablish who these characters are to a potentially larger audience. How can we do that? I know. Let's give him amnesia. Right. That hasn't been done in every fucking soap opera since time immemorial. But anyway, yeah, so he has a touch of amnesia. That's quite common after such a long period in deep sleep. You've been out for just over 200 years. 200 years. Actually, I woke you last spring, but you absolutely insisted on another 3 months. Says, what did you say my name was? He says, Lister, sir. He goes, and you are? And anyway, he follows him into the galley. And Crichton says, I'm Crichton. I was just preparing your breakfast tray. Lister says, these cornflakes have got grated raw onion sprinkled over them. He goes, that's how you like them, sir. It's fucking disgusting. It's fingernails, you know? But anyway, presumably, by the way, now that he doesn't have the fingernails, I guess he used the pencil sharpener on all of them. Maybe.
I would imagine.
And given how we later learn that that Lister does trim his toenails, he'd be potentially threatening his life trying to cut his toenails.
Could have lost an eye.
Yeah. Or, you know, gagged himself or something. Anyway, so yes, the cornflakes, apparently Lister, now we're really trying hard to paint Lister as the slob that he's written as it, because we haven't really seen it for quite a while now, like the real slobby side of Lister. So we need to be disgusting with his dietary habits. So he likes to have grated onions on his cornflakes. And to be quite honest with you, I don't know if I can imagine anything as disgusting as that. That's really horrifying. Like, why would you ever want onions for breakfast unless you're a Filipino? Right. Anyway, he goes, do I? Then he has a sip of the orange juice. He goes, this orange juice is revolting. He goes, that's not orange juice, sir. That's your early morning pick-me-up. Chilled vindaloo sauce. He goes, I drink curry sauce for breakfast. He goes, depends on your mood. If you get up in the afternoon, you often prepare to start the day with a can of last night's flat lager.
Right.
That's why you sleep with a tea strainer by your bed to sieve out the cigar dibs.
Not just flat beer, but an ashtray.
But a flat beer that he used as an ashtray.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That's disgusting.
I mean, that is pretty gross, but
that's
fucking horrible. Have you ever, like...
I remember back in my more
accidentally
active drinking...
a can of Coke or something that you've been using as an ashtray?
Right. I was going to say,
pick up the wrong one.
And in my
Lister does that in Balance of Power. When he's taking the chef's exam, he drinks out of a lager can that's got cigarette butts in it.
Yeah, I distinctly remember. I think that was probably like in my late teens. It was hanging out over at my brother's house, and I set a beer down, went into another room, did some stuff. Evidently, someone didn't know that it was freshly, and just. Oh, full on, and it was a butt, like just to go to take it.
Oh, dude, no,
yeah,
it's worse than the onions on cornflakes.
It was, it was not pleasing to say the least. I was
grotesque.
These things happen, unfortunately.
It
wasn't me who did it. That's why it was just kind of completely unexpected.
It's still disgusting though, because you take the perspective of the person who's done it, don't you? Yeah. All right. Anyway, he says, I drink, I smoke, I have curry sauce for breakfast, raw onions on my cereal. I sound like some barely human grossed out slime ball. Crichton says, oh, excellent, sir. It's all flooding back then. It says, no, none of it is. It's very good, though. Crichton sets a box in front of Lister. This is it. Yeah, he goes, perhaps these will help your personal artifacts. You asked me to keep them safe. Lister takes out a photo. And here comes your exposition dump. Crichton says, Christine Kachansky. You dated her for 3 weeks once before she discarded you for a catering officer. Lister says, she's beautiful. Crichton says, it's your ambition, sir, somehow to get her back and lie on top of her and move up and down rapidly in that curious way that humans find so agreeable. Personally, I prefer partnership whist. I love the delivery of that. I didn't do it justice, but it is very funny because, obviously he's talking about sex. But the fact that the way he's described it is like, your ambition is to get her back, and then you think, marry her, go to Fiji. But Crichton doesn't know about any of that. Apparently he goes and lie on top of her and move up and down again. Just fucking brilliant.
In that curious way humans find so agreeable.
Yeah, exactly. So we move past the Kachansky photo, and we don't get to see it, which is interesting because I forgot that Kachansky is in this episode briefly. Still played by Claire Grogan, but for the last time.
Yeah, that
as
is
far as
the
I'm aware.
last time we see original Kachansky, isn't that?
Pretty sure. Yeah. After this, it's Chloe Ennett. So yeah. Anyway, Lister takes out a book. Apparently, he says, wait a minute. This feels more like it. Aristotle's Metaphysica. Is that actually in there? I don't think that's in the fucking episode. I think that's just in the script. I don't remember that.
Yeah, I don't remember.
No. All right. Apparently, it was a deleted line then where he was going to... he apparently has a copy of Aristotle's Metaphysica. And Crichton says, yes, sir, you use that book to hide your secret Polaroid collection of naked ex-girlfriends.
Yeah,
So,
that line was not in there. I would have remembered.
I would have remembered that, yeah. Says, I went out with a lot of nurses, didn't I? And Crichton says, I don't believe those are authentic uniforms, sir. Note the astonishing brevity of those hemlines. I believe all these girls are imposters pretending to belong to the medical profession for some nefarious purpose as yet unknown. So it's a shame that's not in there. It's a good line. But whatever. He gives him his guitar. He goes, is this mine? Do I play the guitar? He goes, do you play the guitar? Do I have a head shaped like an amusing ice cube? He goes, why don't you chuck out a few power chords? See if anything comes back to you. So Lister just plucks random bollocks on the guitar. It's terrible. It's like plunk, plonk, 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 plonk. And Crichton shouts, the Axeman's back.
I wonder in this day and age of silicone ice forms if they've made a Red Dwarf branded Crichton cube.
Oh, mate, I would love a Crichton mold for my ice. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
Lister says, don't patronize me. I can't play the guitar. Anyone with half an ear can tell that. He goes, please, sir, you're not yourself at present. When you are fully functional and your personality's restored, you will firmly believe that you can play the guitar like the ghost of Hendrix. The Lister says, is there something good you can tell me about myself? Something laudable? Crichton says, laudable? Well, you frequently help me with my laundry duties by wearing your underpants inside out and extending their wear time by 3 weeks. Lister says, I'm an animal. I'm a tasteless, uncouth, tone-deaf, mindless, revolting, randy, blokish, semi-literate space bum. And Crichton gives him a bear hug, goes, welcome back, sir. Anyway, he opens the fridge and he gets out Rimmer's light bee and pops it into a pan of boiling water. And Lister says, what's that? He says, Mr. Rimmer, sir. He's a hologram. This is his light bee. He goes, Rimmer, he's my best mate, isn't he? Crichton says, you are sick, sir. He literally goes, sir, you are sick. And he goes, I'm getting worried. Maybe a little synaptic enhancer will do the trick. So he gives him a shot to the neck. And I guess it starts to work because Crichton pops out Rimmer's light bee and activates a monitor. He says, load charisma. And no, wait, sorry. He goes, load arrogance. And interestingly, before we get to that, actually, there's a shot here of a man.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Then it goes no, I've skipped it. Yeah, there's a shot of a human being in among all these pictures. There. Oh, that's a woman. You can see boobs. There you go. Okay. So I thought that it had deliberately chosen Rimmer as a different shape of man from a normal man, but no, it's actually a woman. So that's fair enough. Homo sapien then. It says load arrogance. And we see Rimmer's shape appear, of course, as come on, where's the arrogance? There we go. And it fills his entire body. He says load charisma. And it fills into exactly one pinky finger. It says load neuroses. We get layers and layers and layers and layers of neuroses. Download memory. And we see Rimmer come back. Yeah. And Lister goes, oh, that Rimmer.
right. Which is really efficient in terms of getting people up to speed about who this is.
Yeah. Very, as usual, very effective very economical writing when it comes to establishing exposition.
Right.
I mean, at the very least, Doug Naylor at this point has become exceptionally talented at cramming an awful lot into a very little bit of dialogue.
Right. The usage of sight gags as exposition.
Definitely, yeah. And they're just the amazing ability to do that, considering that they managed to do a plot that you would expect to see on an episode of The Next Generation in 30 minutes every week. So very good. Of course, it's far less episodes, but whatever. Anyway, there we go. We see Starbog, and once again, there you go. Look at the new and improved effects on Starbog's engines. It all looks much better than it used to. They began to experiment with CGI to improve model shots, but they were still firmly using model shots, at least until Series 8, I believe, when they actually went full CGI with everything. And a lot of people didn't like it. Actually, a lot of people said they should have brought back the models, but yeah, well. Anyway, so here they are sitting at the what is effectively the scanner scope, but it's also their table. And they're all, eating or whatever. Or Lister's having his breakfast. Lister says, "Good cornflakes, nice and oniony. Pass me the Tabasco sauce. Just needs a bit more pep in it." Fucking. And then he splashes some Tabasco on his cornflakes, and then pulls an Atreus and drinks some. So there we go. If you weren't watching SNH a couple of weeks ago, Atreus started drinking hot sauce at one point. So that was an interesting thing that happened. And actually, somebody CGI'd him guzzling a huge bottle of Tabasco as well. So that was good. Somebody AI'd it, yeah. Anyway, Crichton says, "Congratulations, sir. You seem to be on your way to full recall. Next thing you know, you'll be convinced you can play the guitar." And Lister is astonished. He goes, "I can play the guitar." He goes, "I'm a diva, man. I can make that lump of wood sing like a Yukon bear trapper on his annual visit to the brothel." Oh, by the way, we get a cavalcade of other European countries getting insulted during the comedy, including, and it's a shame that Helzo's not here yet, Bulgaria takes one for the team in this episode as well.
Yeah.
So there we go. Crichton says, "Suggest we begin the debriefing, Mr. Rimmer." Crichton says, and Rimmer, oh wait, the cat, that's it. After Lister says he can play the guitar, Cat says, "That may be, but the deal stays the same." Lister says, I know. If I want to strum my guitar, I have to put on a suit and do it in outer space. Peasants. Anyway, so Rimmer begins the debriefing with his usual smug expression of self-importance. He says, "Thank you, Crichton. Gentlemen, as we're all aware, we have lost Red Dwarf. This is not the time for small-minded, petty recrimination. That time is for when Lister is court-martialed after we get back to Earth." Lister says, "I didn't lose it. Excuse me. I didn't lose it." He says, "You were the one who parked it, Lister." He says, "You're the one who can remember which planetoid you left it around." And Lister says, "Yeah, but they all look the same, those little blue-green planetoids. They're all sort of little blue, green, and planetoidy." Crichton says, "Sirs, there's no advantage in finger-pointing. We didn't lose Red Dwarf. Red Dwarf was stolen by persons or life forms unknown." And that actually is true. We will discover who's responsible at the end of Series 7. Cat says, "Who would steal a gigantic red trash can with no brakes and 3 million years on the clock?" Crichton says, "Rogue droids, genetically engineered life forms, figments of Mr. Lister's imagination made solid by some weird space ray. Who knows?" Which is great, because at this point, there's like almost all things that they do this a lot in this series, is refer to other strange and wacky things that have actually happened to them in the fucking course of the show. So there we go. He says, the important thing is, after 200 years of following their vapor trail, we have them. It turns out that they've had to make a massive detour to circumnavigate this asteroid belt. However, Starbug is small enough to negotiate its way directly through the middle. For the first time in 2 centuries, we have the ability to head them off at the pass, as it were, and recover Holly. Cat says, "What are we waiting for?" Rimmer says, "Without deflectors, what about Space Corps Directive 1742? Crichton says, 1742. "No member of the Corps should ever report for active duty in a ginger toupee." Says, thank you for reminding us of that regulation, sir, but is that really pertinent at this particular situation? River says, oh, for God's sake, stop being pedantic. 1743 then. And he says, oh, I see. No registered vessel should attempt to transverse an asteroid belt without deflectors. And he says, yes. God, he's pedantic. Lister says, Rimmer, check out the supply situation. He says, your hologram's on battery backup. We've got only oxygen for 3 months, water if we drink recyc 7 weeks, and worst of all, we're down to our last 2,000 poppadoms. That's dangerous. He goes, we're in trouble, big time. Yes, of course, Lister prioritizing Curry there. Rimmer says, you know how unstable these belts are. Rogue asteroids, meteor storms, one direct hit on that plexiglass view screen, and our innards will be turned inside out quicker than a pair of Lister's underpants. There's another reference to him using his underpants for 6 weeks instead of 3, because apparently it doubles the lifespan, and we learned that he can wear them for 3 extra weeks inside out. Fucking disgusting. Why would anyone ever want to sleep with Lister? I have no idea. Anyway, Lister says, we're out of options, man. We're taking her in. Crichton says, recommend the cat pilots. His superior reflexes and nasal intuition will give us our best chance. We get in there. Oh, and there's a funny little exchange between the cat and Rimmer. Rimmer says, for pity's sake, one breach in that hole and we're people pate. Cat says, it's better to live, it's an old cat proverb, it's better to live 1 hour as a tiger than a whole lifetime as a worm. And Rimmer says, there's an old human saying, whoever heard of a worm-skin rug?
Right.
So there we go. Good dialogue, tight dialogue, man. Like, a lot has been established in what is 9 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good, pretty damn good. Especially if you're going into this as like imagining as they were, that there are going to be a lot of people who are watching this ship for the first time ever. So there's that as well.
Right.
Anyway, we continue. 1 second, gotta get this back up. As they are veering through the asteroid field, they're all at their stations. We can see Lister's not piloting right now, but he's on backup if they need it. So he's kind of like acting captain. In fact, really. Rimmer's at the Navicomp. Crichton is doing like statistics, technical readouts, that kind of thing. So they've all got like stations now firmly, not just like in Series 5 where it was a bit up in the air who does what. Now it's like
legitimate
this is
squad.
Yeah, this is the layout they will continue to hold for 2 seasons like this. So they'll be in these seats, and it's great because it really does work out. Because everyone is doing the best thing, and it kind of, in a stupid way, makes sense for the cat to be the pilot. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, he's a cat.
Right. And I mean, it is kind of silly, the idea that he could smell things through the vacuum of space, but I mean,
yeah, for 3 million years of evolution, like we know that, like,
he's your favorite character, is why I wanted you to talk about it a little bit.
Yeah. I mean we know animals in general, and like especially on land, cats, they really get not that much of their sensory information through their eyes. It comes from scent and their whiskers, which it's strange that the cat hasn't got a beard. Actually, I've only just thought of that.
Yeah, but
his style is everything,
Halloween, isn't he? You didn't get interesting. You didn't get to see the cat
fling themselves through like stupid gaps and things, and like jump over fences or land on top of like really narrow fences and just run along them. So it does make sense that the cat would be the pilot. Hello, here he is.
Here he is, just in time for his country to get insulted by Rimmer.
Excellent. I remember that, the pin-up. A lot of insults. How are you guys? Sorry for being late. Sorry.
That's all right. It's a bit of a janky week with daylight savings and all that bollocks. So
it's funny. I didn't sleep last night because I thought I was paranoid that YouTube will not take into account this and it's going to move my own stream early. And I was constantly checking my phone, and I was so paranoid, and I completely missed to think that this stream is going to also change. Sorry.
Right.
No worries.
It's all right. It happens every year. There's a week where like 2 weekends where everyone's confused, and it's fucking fine, mate. Don't worry about it. Anyway, we're just talking about the benefit of having the cat as pilot, and the fact that they now have like regimented stations on Starbug, which I think is great. I really like that.
Yeah, much more serious.
Yeah, there are more serious. You can tell already. It began with Series 5, and it gets more and more with Series 6 and 7. That there's more drama going on because they're in more and more danger as they continue. And then Series 8 kind of reverts back to more straight comedy with some danger in it, but not as much drama because you need to see Series 8 to understand how the paradigm has massively shifted in Series 8. But anyway, regardless of that, so here they are. They're all in the cockpit, making their way through the asteroids. Cat wrinkles his nose, says, something coming. Cat says, nothing on the navicomp. Cat says, I can smell it. Something big. Lister says, I'm getting nothing either. Cat says, these nostrils never lie. Rimmer says, he's right. Coordinates 1746 by 9472. Take a peek, gentlemen. There's a meteor bigger than King Kong's first dump of the day. And it's screaming straight towards us. That's a great line. I love that line. It's really funny. Because, yeah, very descriptive. So Crichton says it's far too vast to go around. Rimmer says reverse thrust. Cat says there's no time. Face it, we're deader than corduroy. I've used that line a lot. Lister, by the way, when I've told you before, we did like a little independent play of Red Dwarf in my school when I was like 13. It was based off this paradigm, this Series 6, Series 7 paradigm with these kinds of jokes in it, with the cat saying like, we're deader than insert, unpopular garment here, But there we go. Anyway, Cat says there's no time. Face it, we're deader than corduroy. Lister says, Crichton, you know what to do. Crichton says, on my way, sir. Rimmer says, Lister, given that we've got as much chance of getting out of this in one piece as a jammy dodger that's been dunked in hot coffee and wiggled about for 3 minutes. Don't think that was in the episode. They might have changed it. Perhaps you'd do me the courtesy of explaining what he's doing. He says he souped up the waste disposal, filled the eject system with rocket fuel, and turned it into a sort of high-impact garbage cannon. Rimmer says, a garbage cannon? You're going to try and shoot that out of the sky with tin cans and banana peel? Lister says there's a little surprise in there too, the thermos and nitroglycerin. So that's a good idea, actually. Crichton says, waste disposal unit armed and ready to fire. Rimmer says, Crichton, will this work? And Crichton says, lie mode. He goes, of course it'll work, sir. No worries. Then he turns to Lister and says, hook, line, sinker, rod, and copy of angling times, sir. Lister rolls his eyes because he's so bad at it. He just tells everybody he just lied to them,
Right.
What would be the point in being able to lie if before you can lie, you have to tell everyone you're engaging lie mode? Like when did he get lie mode? There were whole story arcs about him learning to lie. So, oh well, whatever. Anyway, Cat says, here it comes. Lister says, bearing 07902, fire. Crichton pulls the waste disposal lever. Model gets shot. And the waste cube blasts out an orifice above Starbug's front lights, heading straight for the giant meteor, hits it in the middle, and blasts it to pieces. Nice shot. All of them whoop and cheer, apart from Rimmer, who shakes his head, of course. Crichton says, relocating Red Dwarf's vapor trail. Present speed and course. Estimated time of interception, 12 hours, 7 minutes. Cat says, check your screens. I'm getting something new, and it does not smell good. Rimmer says, enhanced 4, nothing. 16, 32, still nothing. He says, enhanced 64, got it. Some kind of ship. Lister says, wait a minute. There's another one and another. Crichton says, I'm getting them too. 10 of them. 12. All derelict. Lister says, looks like this is some kind of spaceship graveyard. And indeed, there are derelict vessels literally everywhere that have crashed or landed on these asteroids, one way or another. Lister says, anyone else get the feeling that we've been led here like lambs to the kebab shop? Rimmer says, we are not moving another inch until we found out what brought these ships down. Crichton says, recommend we stop engines and launch Scouter. Cat launches the Scouter. And there we go. So now we cut to the probe going out. We see a laser blasting the door. The probe goes inside, and they're in. They're scanning the crashed ship. Lister's giving directions as we move along. We don't really need to read all of that. Then we get this shot where they're looking. You don't get to see it. It says, Cat says, "What's that?" Rimmer says, "Human remains. Wait, angle 5 degrees right, 10 degrees up. Stop there. Some kind of writing on the floor. Psirens, Sirens." Crichton says, "The poor devil scrawled it in his death throes using a combination of his own blood and even some of his own intestines." And Rimmer says, "Who would do that?" Lister says, "Someone who badly needed a pen."
Which is a nice, obvious joke.
Cat saying, "What is it?" Yeah. Cat says, "What I don't understand is why he went to the trouble of using his kidney as a full stop." Rimmer says, "I don't think he meant that. It probably just plopped out." Crichton says, "Whoever he was, he clearly was desperate to warn any other poor wretches who wandered into the same deadly trap." They exchange some worried looks, and Lister says they locate the black box, replay final entry, and we get to see this Astro who is insane, and he goes, "They're closing in. They're all over the ship. They've got Hank and Ludo, Tina, Jerry, Tim, Gordy, Sam. They even got Jeff. At least I think so. I found a huge pile of his intestines on his bunk. Maybe the rest of him escaped. I don't know. What am I saying? I'm half crazed with fear. I know I'm next. It's just a matter of time before." We don't get any of that dialogue really in the shot, but he says, "You know, they've got them. It's only a matter of time." And then he turns behind him. You hear this weird sort of wah, 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 and this sort of whooping noise, which is the sound the sirens make. As we turn to see a hideous, gigantic, sort of bipedal cockroach with the head of a fly, holding a straw. I was thinking, it's so fucking dumb that they're holding a straw. Where did they get them? Why do they need straws? Why don't they have like a physical appendage?
I mean, hygiene.
Budget cuts.
I just think it's really funny. It's like when they say, unconvincing. What was it before? Where on Rimmer's terraform planet, where he says there's a bunch of weird hooded guys with rather unconvincing red eyes.
Red eyes,
yeah, sort of mocking the stupidity of their own ideas, basically. So they've got these giant insectoid psychic brain suckers that use a literal straw to do the deed. Anyway, and it's interesting because this kind of doesn't line up quite right with what we get to see later on. I guess even when they're in their other form, they're still holding the straw or something. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The insectoid is disgusting, incomprehensible insect language. And the Astro turns around and goes, "Oh God, you're so beautiful. I can't resist you, but I have to be strong. I know what you want." He goes, No, you don't. You don't want to love me. You want to suck out my brains with a straw, like you did the rest of them. He goes, "I'm different. Is that what you said to Jeff before you slurped up the contents of his skull?" This is extra. "Like it was double thick brain shake. Get away from me." The insect
brain shake.
Anyway, we see that he falls to the ground and he's going, "What have you done? No, get that straw out of my ear." Then there's this slurping sound and then this sort of noise as shitloads of thick blood and brain matter hit the camera. And there we go. And it's back up on its feet and moves away. And we get a really funny reaction here. Rimmer, in all of the times that we've known Rimmer, he's been pathologically terrified of almost every encounter they've had.
All right.
Even when it was like robots or demonic future things or alien, not alien, but machines and various different things, mostly robots that have tried to kill them. And Rimmer's always been pathologically terrified, but they've never seen anything quite as horrifying as a giant insectoid, genetically engineered life form that sucks your brain out with a straw. And then you get to see it actually make a kill right in front of them. So no sooner have we seen that as Rimmer just straight faints.
Right.
So
one good thing is that there isn't a noise when he faints. This was a very good thing to notice. You don't hear him fall because
you don't hear like a flump as he lands.
Nope, because he's a hologram.
Exactly. Very good. So they continue to creep forward through the spaceship graveyard. And now they're seated around the table, the scanner table. Lister's got a stack of papers. He says, okay, Scout has checked out black boxes on 3 of the derelicts. The entire belt is swarming with some kind of genetically engineered life form who can alter your perception telepathically. They're called Psirens, like with Ulysses, the ancient Turkish legend. And Crichton says, I believe the legend was Greek, sir. He says, whatever, some country that's big on curly shoes and hummus. So there we go. The point is, yeah.
In these 2 episodes, a lot of Eastern European jabs, by the way.
There's a lot of European jabs, yeah. The UK hates Europe and always has. Always will. So anyway, he goes, the point is they use the power of illusion to lure you onto the asteroids, strip the ship of anything they can use, and suck out your brains. Rimmer says they shouldn't bother us then. There's hardly a snack on board. Grant says we can't turn back. We'll lose Red Dwarf. Like Lister says, look, we'll be through the belt in 3, maybe 4 hours. We've just got to be on our toes. They'll try to tempt us, scare us, break our morale, anything to force us down on the rocks. Just be alert. And of course, right on cue, we get this shot appearing on their communication monitor. Cat says, incoming message. It's pretty weak. We see this beautiful, cushiony, curtained area with these beautifully bedazzled women, sex pots, yeah. The temptresses. And the first one says, please help us. Our settlement is almost extinct. There are only women left. The other one, the blonde, says, barely 3,000 of us. The first one says, if we are to survive, we need males to spread their seed among our number. We beg you, make love to us. The second temptress says, make love to all of us, please, we beseech you. Cat turns around and says, well, you heard him. They want seed spreaders. I'm going to apply. You guys deal with the siren thing. I'll deal with this. And then he dashes out of the cockpit and reappears a minute later and says, call me paranoid, but you don't think these were these siren dude things? And of course, the reaction from everybody else, I can't, read it. So
right.
Just all 3 of them just nodding patiently. He goes, even the brunette, even the brunette. Yeah. He goes, you don't think there's any chance they're just 2 nice girls who both happen to want my seed for totally legitimate reasons? Apparently there's that's cut out. Because I don't need to tell you this is a big disappointment. Damn vixens. How could they be so cunning? If anyone wants me, I'll be taking a cold shower in liquid oxygen. Rimmer says, well, if that's the most sophisticated enticement these sirens can throw at us, I hardly think we're exactly in danger of being bewitched. Crichton says, if I may postulate a theory, sir, that was merely the level of sophistication required to lure the cat. And it worked. Had we not stopped him, he would now be on board one of those asteroids, crawling around without his brain, trying to write, oh boy, was I suckered with his own intestinal tract. Lister says, look, we'll make it. All we got to do is stay on the case. Screen fizzles. Here we go again. This time it's a woman, a warrior woman, space warrior woman or something. She says, can anyone read me? This is Captain Tau of the SCS Pioneer. We're under attack from some kind of scavengers, sirens. She's like blasting lasers the whole time as well. Says they lured us onto this godforsaken asteroid, killed most of the crew. And Lister's watching. He turns and says, is this genuine? Then the woman gets shot and falls to the ground. Literally, another woman picks up the communicator and turns to the screen. It's Kachansky. She says, don't try to help us. We're finished. Save yourselves. Lister says, Kachansky. She says, Dave, is that you? He goes, I thought you were dead. She goes, no time to explain. We're overrun. Get out of the belt while you can. He She says, it's Kachansky. She says, we'll be okay. They'll never take us alive. I'm keeping back 3 bullets, 1 for me and each of the 2 kids. Lister says, kids? She says, your 2 sons, Dave. She says, my sons. He says, but how? I don't understand. She says, when you went into stasis, I broke into the sperm bank, Dave, back on Red Dwarf. You're a father. She said, turns to us, here they come. She goes, Jim, Bexley, come to mommy. It's like everything he's ever wanted, you know?
Right.
He goes, wait, don't do anything. I'm coming in. And so the screen blinks off. There it is. He goes, Crichton, get the bazookoids. Rimmer, plot a course. And then he turns around. Rimmer shouts, Lister, tune into Sanity FM.
Right.
I love that line. Lister goes, what? Are you saying they were sirens? Rimmer says, of course. It's as plain as a Bulgarian pinup. I thought women in Bulgaria are kind of hot.
They are, but
like...
the pinups are like, no.
No? Okay.
No.
Okay. Lister says, you sure? Rimmer says, come on, Lister. You're giving simpletons a bad name. The cat leans in from the cockpit, says, I think you should take a look at this. Something's heading straight for us. Crichton says, what is it? He goes, what do you call one of those giant meteorites that are covered in flames? Crichton says, a giant flaming meteorite. He goes, that's it. That's right. So yes, there is indeed a giant flaming meteorite coming towards them. I don't know if we've seen a shot of it yet.
Not yet.
The script is slightly different from the episode. Crichton says, should I load the garbage cannon? Lister says it wouldn't make a dent. Rimmer says, plot course change. Cat says, engaging reheat. Crichton says, wait, there's nothing on the radar. Rimmer says, so? Says, I think it's another illusion. Lister says, sirens. Cat. Crichton says, Cat, are you getting any scent from that meteorite? Cat says, scent? You think there's going to be a duty-free shop on it? He says, can you smell anything? He goes, no, just a little hollow fear, apparently. Anyway, there's your giant flaming meteorite. Rimmer says, Crichton says, recommend we maintain current course. That fireball does not exist. Rimmer says, say you're wrong. Crichton says, sir, I'll stake my reputation on it. Says, Crichton, you haven't got a reputation. He says, no, but I hope to acquire one from this escapade. Mr. shouts, it's closing. Too late to run. Crichton says, relax, gentlemen. We're quite safe. I think I don't know if I've gone past it already now. No, there we go.
Yeah.
He goes, that meteorite does not exist. Hang on, I've got to find it because I don't want to skip ahead and get it wrong.
But while you're looking for that, good morning, Toasty. I will send you a link as soon as the episodes are over.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. We'll definitely get some Jackbox going. That's it. He goes, gentlemen, relax. We are quite safe. And of course, the meteorite passes through them. Cockpit glows red for a second, but that's it. And as they all regain their composure, Crichton stands around looking rather pleased with himself. He goes, smug mode. He says, well, I can't stand around here saving your necks all day. Guess I better make a start on that ironing. So he swaggers out. Lister goes out to follow him. Cat sniffs the air, says, I'm getting another one. Says, better get Crichton. He'll know what to do. Rimmer, of course, being Rimmer, says, I'm perfectly capable of dealing with a giant flaming meteorite. Thank you very much. We do not need to enlist the services of a domestic droid with a head shaped like a genetically flawed lumpfish. He says, okay, keep your H on. So what do we do? He says, there's nothing on the radar. It's another illusion. We do nothing. Rimmer says, as Lister walks back in, says, what's happening, guys? Cabin temperature's rising. Rimmer says, sirens again, another illusion. It's all in hand. Crichton says, what if this time it's a real fireball and the radar readout is the illusion? Rimmer says, relax, gentlemen. We're quite safe. Lister says, Cat, chuck a left, man. They brace themselves. And this time it hits. Of course, the meteorite is real this time. Crichton was right again. Rimmer looks like a dumbass. And so they've been hit by the meteorite and they are now crashing onto one of the asteroids where they are now stuck, having crashed. But they're mostly okay. Rimmer says, any damage? Cat says, not too bad. A couple of the sensors are out. Fuel intake chambers are both flooded, and the left pilot seat doesn't go up and down anymore. Rimmer says, we came through that intact. Crichton says, Starbug was built to last, sir. This old baby's crashed more times than a ZX81. It's an old PC. Lister says it's the material it's made from. Aerospace engineers discovered that after a plane crash, the only thing that always survives intact is a cute little doll. They built Starbug out of the same stuff. Cat says, how long before we can take off again? Wait, no, isn't that the one where he says he's so gullible?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's so gullible.
Really? Oh, God,
There's no cat, you're so gullible. Yeah. He says, how long before we can take off again? Crichton says, oh, just a matter of wait. The front landing stanchion is embedded in the rock up to its joint. We're going to have to go out there and blast it free. Lister says, I'll go. Crichton says, sir, the atmosphere is thin and the place is likely to be crawling with sirens. He says, you sort out the engines. I'll be out there being brave 2 minutes max.
Which again is another little bit of just the progression. I mean, Lister's always been a little bit more gung-ho than others, but
than the rest, yeah.
But it's just like they're actually
a
capable.
Unit.
Yeah.
None of them are like phased by this. They've all been through so much now compared to Series 1.
Right.
And there's semi-functional, even more so than in Series 5 now. Because even Rimmer is actually
capable.
Yeah, he's actually giving out orders and doing stuff that actually makes sense now. Which
he's actually learned how to work.
This is the biggest advancement of all.
Right, and there's not as many, there's little hints to his arrogance and his assholish nature, obviously, but it's not just a constant berating of him. Like they're actually quite amiable towards each other at this point. So.
Yep. Well, there's no time for it.
Right.
Like think about it.
Yeah.
In the beginning, they were in a mostly functioning starship the size of a city, being looked after by it
was a much more casual,
demented
situation.
Yeah, a demented but mostly functional computer that ran almost everything.
Right.
So they really only had to live.
Yeah.
And as it's gone on, they've run out of food, they've run out of water, they've ended up losing Red Dwarf entirely. Now they are cornered on a very small, big house-sized spaceship, or like I say, it's about the size of a sort of a mansion, I guess, or a stately home or something like that. In as much as there's multiple bunks and various different quarters and areas that are available to them within Starbug, but it's nowhere near the size. Oh, imagine it's like what I would have imagined the deck that their quarters were on Red Dwarf. It's like that.
Well, it's also, because there's an element of a constant threat. They always have to have some degree of actually like staying on task.
Yes, because they're not in any real safe zone at any point ever anymore.
Right.
They don't have the protection of Holly or Red Dwarf, so they are almost always at battle stations. Yeah. Right, you are. So that's why the really arsehole-ish sides of their personalities don't shine through as much as they did before.
Mm-hmm.
They're more having to be actually brave, actually heroic, etc., etc. Even the cat, who probably was devastated to lose 80% of his suits.
Right, I know. Because I noticed that as soon as we got into episode 2, I'm like, oh, but that makes actual sense. That it's the first time I think I've ever seen him wear the exact same thing 2 episodes in a row.
Yeah, because he doesn't have his wardrobe. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, he wouldn't have known they were going to lose Red Dwarf.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
It was
So
normally whatever he packed.
So he would have only taken 2
know,
or 3 emergency suits.
Right. We know that the cat's idea of emergency packing is like 2 or 3 racks of suits from series 1.
Already saw it.
Right. And
Future Echoes.
But the fact too that he doesn't even make a mention of it really is like being something that's got him flustered or anything like that goes to show just the actual growth of being put in this situation where they actually have to deal with being cornered as you're saying and in a desperate kind of attempt to get back to normalcy for them, which is to get back to that casual situation where they've got all the whatever. But now they're actually, in a constant state of threat.
Yeah. By the way, guys, thank you for being here for the stream. We appreciate you all watching. We will be doing Jackbox a little bit later. Meanwhile, help us out, fill up the bars. You'll get boobies and stuff, same as always, the usual. There's also the challenge for the 20 banger. Dobon's brand new animated.
That's right. And if you haven't seen the $20 banger, it's a good one.
It's a good one. Barely legal. Anyway, there we go. Right, so we catch up with Lister now outside with his presumably bazookoid laser gun thing that they always use, trying to blast the stanchion free as we see the periphery of a siren approaching him. He's blasted the stanchion free. Lister says, "How's that?" Cat says, "Looking good. We'll clear the rest for takeoff." Lister says, "On my way back," when suddenly he turns around and discovers this beautiful woman you will recognize, if you could see it properly, from the thumbnail where I made her dance with AI, screenshot it and took a picture of her ass and put it on the thumbnail. I wanted to see what all the fuss was about, And to be fair, looking at the thumbnail, I'm pretty pleased. Yeah, pretty pleased. Nice. And she says, yeah, exactly. So if you've read the books, you'll have heard of Pete Tranter's sister before, but if you haven't, then you won't. But here she is anyway. You hear this siren. It goes, "Hi, Dave." He spins round to see this siren dressed. Basically, it's someone he knew's sister growing up, dressed like Barbarella. And he goes, "Smaking hell, Pete Tranter's sister." And she goes, "Remember me, Dave? You lusted after me all through your puberty. There's nothing more potent than an adolescent fantasy. You wanted me so badly, and now at last I can be yours." He goes, he goes, "Back off, Pete Tranter's sister. I know what you're after. It's moist and it's pink and it's inside my head, and that's where it's staying." She goes, "Oh, come on, Dave. You know what you want. You want to squeeze my buttocks together to make one juicy, giant peach." And Lister, I'm going to get her. He looks at her, looks down, looks back up. He goes, "I get it. You're trying to make me drown in my own drool. Well, it won't work." She says, "Don't fight it." He goes, "Stand back, Pete Tranter's sister."
Now, this is something that I find interesting. Like, Lister only knows her as his mate's sister.
Yeah, he doesn't even know who she is.
Her name.
He just wanked himself off furiously,
so obviously,
endlessly over someone he doesn't even know.
Right, right. I almost take it as I don't even know if it seems like somebody who he was just in class with, but not even somebody that he was necessarily even big friends with, because he just knows that he's got the hot sister.
Yeah, his mate Pete Tranter, who had a hot sister. That's it.
Yeah.
To be fair, she is fucking hot. So yeah.
True enough.
Anyway, for a British woman,
that anyway. and it is kind of, Red Dwarf gets their first Stifler's mom's jokes, where everybody referred to her as Stifler's mom.
Pete Tranter's sister. Yeah, exactly. So she advances towards him, and he tells her to stay back. She says, "How long has it been since you made love to a woman?" He says, "I admit it's been a while." She says, "It's been over 3 million years, Dave." Not true, because he fucked himself in the parallel universe.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, does that count?
Does that count as sex or masturbation if you bang yourself as a female? Right. I think it's sex, personally.
Yeah, it is.
Because it's still another person stimulating your sexual organs.
Right. But is it masturbation with extra steps?
No, because that would be like using a Rube Goldberg machine to jerk yourself off. It's still you doing the thing that causes you to come.
I know. I just had to.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's technically a retcon, but whatever. He goes, "I prefer to count it in ice ages. Even then it's just 4. And if you count it in ice ages, it's hardly leap ice ages. It's hardly even 1." She says, "That's a long time, Dave, for a man of your drives." He says, "It's a long time for a Welsh shepherd who's allergic to wool." I think he says Albanian. in the pretty sure he says Albanian. Yeah,
yes.
yeah, but in the original script it was Welsh. She says, "Kiss me."
They have a lot of hate about Eastern Europeans.
a lot of jokes about the Welsh as well, which is rest
you
his
get lots
soul.
of the English are always poking fun at the Welsh.
If only Ryan could be here, but
yeah.
Yes,
Anyway, so she says,
Cheers out.
he says, "Oh, I can't resist you anymore, Pete Tranter's sister." She says, "Your death will be exquisite. I'll take you to the peak of ecstasy, and then I'll blow your mind." And then she, that's where she says it, "Kiss me." There, can't get to it. So she kisses him. Come on.
He submits.
Yeah, he gives in, and then you get this incredible shot. This is one of the funniest fucking things I've ever seen in my life, and every time I see it, it makes me laugh out loud every time. So as we see them kissing, we turn to see Lister in a full 360-degree rotating shot, making out with the, I don't even know what it is, of the siren. Just this passionate, like a Hollywood kiss scene, but he's kissing this giant insect, and when you see it,
a proboscis, I think might be the appropriate term.
A thorax, I don't fucking know. Oh, it's just so...
Nope.
Oh, the way that they shoot it is just this big panoramic kind of like if it was a romance movie, there'd be like an orchestra swell behind it.
Right.
But no, it's just
it's going to be in slow motion.
Disgusting scene of him making out with a giant insect.
I'm just thinking, like, because of the straws and all that, shouldn't she really? I mean, obviously, it would kind of
shoved
blow
into
the
his...
cover. No, she said blow your mind. Shouldn't she have said suck your mind?
I mean, I think she was just literally trying to make it sound erotic, you know.
Well, yeah.
But anyway, there we go. And so we've cut back to him kissing Pete Tranter's sister as she suddenly is killed by something like a harpoon being poked through her. It's Crichton, who creeps over and says, "Come on, Dave, let's get out of here." Now, of course, anyone who knows Red Dwarf will have realized immediately before Lister even says anything that Crichton never refers to Dave as Dave. He always calls him Mr. Lister, sir. He once called him Mr. Dave, sir, but that was a different Crichton, so we don't count that. So literally, as they make their way away, Lister realizes Dave, only to discover that the Crichton is in fact another siren who killed the other siren. Because, I mean, why wouldn't it? They're scavengers. They're not on a team, so they'll kill each other to get to you. But Lister manages to get to the bazookoid and blast it before he faints for a second, or just relaxes for a moment. Rimmer's on the comm, says, "What's the delay?" Lister says, "A couple of sirens wiped each other out fighting over my brains." "Oh no, it's the TV weather girl from Channel 27. Crichton says, "Sir, fight it. Don't look at her." He goes, "It's not that easy, Crichton. You can't see what she's doing with her pointy stick." Cat says, "I'm starting up the engines." River says, "Get back in here." Crichton heads out into the midsection, and we see Lister appear on the screen telling him he wants to come in. So he lets him in, only for another Lister to appear on the screen and say, "What the hell are you doing trying to take off while I'm still outside? Let me in." And so they debate for a second. But, you know, Crichton, of course, is right again. No matter what they do, they're going to have a siren on board, is what Rimmer says. If they let the other Lister in, they will definitely have a siren on board. Crichton points out, well, then there's a 50% chance that we already have one on board. So Rimmer says, what about Space Corps Directive 5796? This isn't in the episode, but it's funny. Crichton says, 5796. No officer above the rank of mess sergeant is permitted to go into combat with pierced nipples. Pardon me, but how does that possibly pertain to the current situation? It doesn't matter. He says, to hell with the reg, sir. I'm letting him in. So Rimmer says, on your square head be it. And he opens the airlock to let in the other Lister. So now you've got two Listers. One of them definitely is a siren.
Yep.
And both of them are arguing that they don't actually look like the other list. He goes, "This is, how can you believe this is me?" He goes, "He doesn't even look like me. He's podgy. He hasn't got my classic profile." He goes, "Sir, you both look identical." Both of them say, "No." Crichton says, "We're going to try some tests." Rimmer says, "A series of quick questions to trick and confuse you. If you fail to answer correctly or for any reason hesitate, you'll be shot." Lister says, "Come on, Rimmer, give me a break." Lister 2 says, "For God's sake, Rimmer, do me a favor." That's not any either. Rimmer says, "Crichton." Crichton begins by throwing them apples. Both catch. Rimmer says, "Both right-handed, correct?" Rimmer says, wait a minute. There's a bit more stuff that wasn't in here. Then they cut to, there's just random silly jokes about Lister being a bum, basically. Next, Crichton produces 2 pairs of toenail scissors and places them on the counter. Rimmer says, "Now, gentlemen, trim your toenails." And both the listers simultaneously start biting their toenails, which is why I pointed out earlier on that when he woke up with 9-inch toenails, he would have gagged himself or potentially put his eye out trying to trim them. Lastly, Rimmer says, "Oh my God, that's enough." Rimmer says, "Play the guitar." Lister 1 says, "Here, inside." Or Lister 2 says it. He says, "Play it." And Lister 1 starts playing the guitar, and it is a superb display of musicality. The other Lister looks absolutely absolutely, yeah. That's me playing guitar, you know.
Yeah.
Interestingly, if you actually look at the shot, if you look at Lister's arms, you will see he's actually got his arms behind his back, and someone else is reaching through the gap playing the guitar for him.
Right.
You will have noticed that. No, Craig Charles can't actually play guitar. So yeah, they had I can't remember who it was play the guitar for him. So yeah, there's this incredible display of guitar prowess as the other Lister looks on,
and of course
these ridiculous facial expressions, just getting himself all hyped up on the sound of his own playing. They nod, open fire, and kill the siren. Lister 2 turns to him and says, "How did you know that wasn't me?" Cat says, "Because that dude could play." He says, "He wasn't any better than me." He goes, "That's how you believe you play, sir. That's why when the siren read your mind, he shared your delusion that you are not a 10-thumbed, tone-deaf, talentless noise polluter."
All right. Which
Are you seriously saying you think he was better than me? And then for a brief second, you hear Lister guys like twang, 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 twang. Terrible, awful shit. And
it was really cool because there's a couple little subtle kind of tells, because when the shot first opened, of course, Lister on the right in the background, Lister, the one who's actually Lister, he's doing everything with his right hand, but the first establishing shot, the Lister on the left actually is talking with his left hand, and then when they go to say catch these, Lister, you can assume, thinks about it, and that's when the other one knows to use his right hand to grab it. And then when they go to do the whole thing with the toenail gag, Lister on the right goes right to it, and that's when the one on the left actually goes and kind of turns and pivots a little bit to do the motion. So like there's these little kind of like subtle cues that obviously, and then even the whole thing about the guitar, he says, "You mean inside?" Is
yeah,
you
know, that's how you get the idea.
Yeah.
So there you go. Anyway,
great writing.
So for sure, Lister plays the guitar terribly. And then he says, "What's the difference? If anything, this is slightly better." Cat says, "A little survival tip, bud. Never play your guitar in front of a man with a loaded gun." Says, "I resent this. I resent you saving my life in this way." Anyway, as it turns out, while they were distracted for a second, the siren has crawled off into storage. So now there's a meteor storm off the port bow. It's a biggie. Crichton says, "You two stay here and man the cockpit. Mr. Rimmer and I will pursue the siren." Rimmer says, that's quite a good plan, Crichton, except excellent in all but one detail, and I think you know what it is. Bye. And runs off. As we follow the trail of bright green blood, Crichton heads down alone then into the storage area or whatever it is, that whatever this counts as, the engine room or whatever. Where the trash compactor is. Fill the bars, guys. Let's see some titties. And he makes his way back to where we saw him earlier on at the trash compactor, only for him to see the siren, discover it moving behind him. There it is. It hasn't attempted to transform or appear as anything to him yet. And Crichton says, please, I have no desire to hurt you. Let us set you down on an asteroid where your fellow Gelfs can attend to your wounds. There's no logic in trying to engage me in combat. I am unseducible, and that I have no desires or lusts, and my brain is synthetic and consequently of no interest to you. Give yourself up. Suddenly, though, the siren has transformed into a woman. Turns out it's Professor Mamet, Crichton's creator. He says, Professor Mamet. And she says, hello, Crichton. He says, what is the function of this illusion? She says, you cannot harm me, Crichton. It's coded into your every cell in your body. You're totally defenseless against me. Crichton says, true. However, the others are not so hampered.
The revelation of his creator being a woman now it's fully understandable why there's so many different crotch accessories.
Yeah. There's actually a whole episode coming up about the origin of Crichton and the 4000 series or 3000 series, depending on what.
Why they're so ugly.
Why they're so ugly, yeah. And why they have personality defects as well. Turns out the creator Mamet had an inspiration, and we'll get to that. But that's not until halfway through. It's not until halfway through series 7 in the episode Beyond the Joke. Right. Which was the second episode of Red Dwarf I ever saw. So there's that. So she says, you cannot harm me, Crichton. It's coded into every cell in your body. You're also programmed to obey my every command. Drop the radio. He drops the walkie-talkie. She says, open the waste compactor against his will. He goes, what are you doing? She goes, climb inside. He goes, no. This serves no purpose. She says, engage the mechanism. He goes, you are sick. And she says, die. Anyway, Crichton and Lister and Rimmer have made their way down. He says, Crichton, you hear? The meteor storm was another illusion. The siren's not as badly wounded as we thought. Rimmer says, Crichton? They spot the psi scan and the bazookoid. Cat says, got him. Lister says, Crichton! Runs off. Where am I? Sorry. Oh yeah, there we go. As they make their way down, for whatever reason, Rimmer's battery suddenly runs out, so he disappears. Lister catches his light bee and pockets it. Says then there were two. So the cat and Lister round the corner. We see the insectoid siren standing against the wall. They don't react, but walk straight up to. Oh no! Wait.
Oddly enough, there's a soda machine.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, because it's a fucking vending machine. Yeah. Lister says, "You want a drink, man?" He says, "I'm parched." And then he goes, "Wait a minute. What's a vending machine doing in the engine room?" So we see the siren reach up. There it is. Smacks their heads together, knocks them out, or knocks them to the ground. Anyway, they're lying helpless as the siren prepares the straw, but suddenly the waste compactor hatch springs open and out pops Crichton. He has been compacted into a cube with short stumpy legs and his arms have been squished into his body, and he goes, I'm almost annoyed. Now the interesting thing is the line was originally, you scum-sucking mollusk, you can't do this to us. And that's really interesting. Rhoda will know why, because he literally refers to someone as a scum-sucking mollusk in episode 3, which I believe is Gunman of the Apocalypse. So yeah, he literally says scum-sucking mollusk in that episode. So they just moved the line. And I think it's better in this one, to be honest, because Crichton has never really been annoyed. So when he goes, I am almost annoyed, he's coming out. We see him waddling across the gantry where he spots the siren about to kill Lister and the cat and just literally rolls off, lands siren, brain damage, takes out the siren.
That's right.
Yeah.
Classic Super Mario Brothers attack.
That's it. It's too late. The cubed Crichton crushes the siren. And here we are. Rimmer says, well, that's it. We're clear of the belt. Lister says, what about Red Dwarf? Rimmer says, according to the Navicomp, it's gone into that gas nebula. Cat says, then that's where we're going. Crichton comes in as still a cube. Says, tea, anyone? Lister says, cheers, man. So suggest you don't put your cups on the console, sir. It leaves those ugly little ring marks. Why not use me as a table?
So considerate.
I thought you were going to fix yourself. He says, not until I've performed all my duties, sir. I can't go gallivanting off and engaging my self-repair unit, not when there's a pile of laundry in the washroom the size of the north face of the Eiger. Besides, the cat has invited me to the weekly crap game tonight. He says, he's going to be the dice. and Rimmer says, approaching nebula. Lister says, let's see what's in there, and they fly off into the nebula as the episode ends. Great episode. I love it. I that's one of my favorites. I really dig that, just because of how horrifying the fucking sirens are. The Sanity FM line, the harem of manless virgin women desperate to fuck, and of course making out with the siren is just classic.
Well, it's really great in the fact that it establishes the tonal shift of the season, and that it is this epic kind of chase. It is, it is the Odyssey, and they make direct reference to it, and it's this is going to be well, actually, this joke right there at the end about, well, that's where we're going, and it's not even a joke, it's a bit of exposition saying, it's not just going to be next week all of a sudden you're back on Red Dwarf or anything like that, because they've had episodes that kind of they have a joke at the end that you're like, oh well, they could have spent more time kind of getting that worked out, and then you pick up the next week and you don't really get how the actual resolution took place. But with this being all on Starbug and then setting it up for it, it makes all the sense that they're not going to be able to, there's stuff going on in between.
Ongoing mission, so it's the first time the episodes have kind of lined up in order, like as they say they're heading into a nebula. In the next episode, they're in the nebula.
Yeah,
we've stretched up here from Monster of the Week to an actual series.
Yeah, it's a serialized, overarching story, but again, it's still detached enough that you don't need to see every episode to see what they're up to and what the hell's going on. I think in pretty much every episode they mention that they're still chasing Red Dwarf. So if you missed this one, you didn't miss much,
Right.
Anyway, anyone else got anything to say about it?
I was actually almost thinking that I'm watching an episode of Doctor Who, because the tonal shift is amazing, as John said. And I'm gonna try to explain this the best way I can, although I don't find the words. In the previous series, you had the jokes, like the verbal jokes, you had the set jokes, the visual jokes, and you had the rest of the plot, the episode. That's how it was separated in Red Dwarf. Like, that was the type of comedy it had, because you have the set, you have the visual, and the audible joke. Now everything happens at the same time. They're doing something. They're doing an audio joke, like with the Albanian, with the Bulgarian, stuff like that, and they're inserting them so seamlessly. It's so much more professional, and at the same time you have the visual jokes or the visual thing happening, and it's blending in more and more into one single thing, which on a certain point it kind of takes away from what we're used to, like let's say in series 4, when everything was so distinct that you can focus on that when you're watching or reviewing the show. But at this point you see it blending so well that means that they basically stepped it up a notch in terms of professionalism to how to meld all the things together. And with the drama insert, it's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. It's just the show has gone from sitcom in space, you know, two guys stuck together in space with a gimmick character, to a bit more space adventure-y, but more or less the same, to okay, let's let these guys go out and strut around and engage in some strange things. Then it's, you know, that escalates and escalates and escalates, and then it's okay, we should include a little bit of interpersonal drama here, a little bit of psychoanalysis, bring back some of the higher level thinking from the first two series, and now we've got a perfect fusion of all of that.
Yeah, it's a fully realized production at this point in time. Every aspect of what they're doing is unified. There will be numerous callbacks. You know,
they refer to other episodes.
Right. There will be a woman, pin the stick on the woman joke, referring to.
Oh yeah, there's a pointy stick on the weather girl.
Yeah, on the weather girl.
In the next
episode. And so like there's all this stuff that's actually there's cohesion from episode to episode in a way that there really hasn't been before.
Yeah, agreed. Rhoda, anything?
Yeah, it does become a lot more streamlined. I guess that's the purpose of having the smaller set, just like make everything more dynamic. And again, like you're saying with the weather girl thing, it is it's a lot more interconnected, and that's also a callback. If you heard what he said about the weather girl in that last episode, she was on channel 27. If you remember, groovy
funky channel 27.
Yep,
hologram reading the news.
Yeah, and I think this is the interesting thing is if their plan at this point in time is to do the movie, this is kind of a writing model exercise for doing a longer narrative and whatnot. So it's really quite good. They can do it 30 years ago. What's wrong with you, fucking Disney Plus?
I don't know why. Like, I don't know why they wouldn't ever have just made the fucking Red Dwarf movie at this point. Like, I think it would be still very good. I don't know if they'd recast it. They probably would at this point, because the cast are now in their like 60s. And even though that works in series 10, 11 and 12, even 10, 11 and 12 were like 10 years ago now, so it's been a while. I love this section of Red Dwarf. It's really great. It has a little drama, but it's got very tight comedy. I love it all, really, but I'd say my favorite is more or less from sort of 3 to 6 to 7. No, see, I change my mind all the time because I love Series 7. Series 7 was my first series. So I then went back and watched all of this on those VHS tapes to catch up.
Right.
And then saw much of it again and again in syndication on UK TV. So but now watching it and going through it, like I said, with a critical lens, there's so much that you don't realize that you noticed, but you never really verbalized or articulated even mentally to yourself, that now I'm looking at and I'm like, oh man, it's so good.
You notice, but you don't notice that you notice.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. You don't consciously mention it to yourself, Anyway, Furious Dan for the $2. Thank you very much. Says, hey, well, I DM'd a video. I want you want to show the fans. Okay. Hold on. Let me get it on screen.
But while you're looking for that,
meanwhile, guys, help us fill up the bars. There is a challenge out there for an orange boy. You'll get the dough bonds. Help us out.
Indeed, yes.
Support
an orange
channel.
boy being very specific to the $20 donations. Anyways, but while you were away, the thing that I had mentioned to Rhoda, it is in many ways like when you listen to your favorite band, right, and you hear it the first time you hear it, but then you listen to it, and then you'll listen to it. The more times you listen to it, the more you pick up on like these little subtle kind of, details that you might not have even picked up on the first time, and all this kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, I still hear new things in albums
right.
I've been listening to for 30 years.
Right, and it's weird too, because the whole thing where you're sitting here saying I like this, but and you start kind of, because I'm gonna, if I were to listen to a 9 Inch Nails album, there will be stuff where it's like, oh no, this is the stuff I really love. But then I'll listen to something that's from a different era and I'll be like, oh no, this is the thing. And so as it sits in front of you, there's a richness and detail, because that's the other thing that I mentioned when I first watched these episodes. Just kind of as I watched them, it's like, oh, it's all right. It's not quite what season 5 was, but then I watched it the second time, like, no, wait, this is actually, there's so a lot going on here. That's that cohesiveness and all that kind of stuff. Almost being able to see episode 2 and actually kind of get that, oh yeah, this is actually carrying forward, and this is the shift from just episodic, bottle episodes that have a unified kind of presentation, but this is something else entirely, but it's great.
Yeah, agreed. I'm going to show these clips.
Indeed.
From Furious Dan. Hold on a moment. Where the fucking hell is it? There it is. Okay.
Where is it?
So we got these clips that he sent me. Wants us to watch. So we'll have a look.
Doing some self-promotion.
There you are, yeah. Nice. That's neat. That's really cool. And we got another one.
He's working on intro elements.
Yeah.
In terms of, if that's AI, that's very well made.
Yeah. I could probably redo the intro at hyperdrive time at this point. That's cool. Nice.
Now, clean exit. Boost back on.
Yep. Very nice. Well done. That's cool. People keep showing me their AI stuff now because I've kind of made a name for myself with it. And thank you. Appreciate it, man. That's really cool. Keep at it. Definitely keep at it. And disgusting. What the fuck for the Bulgarian 10? 10. That's 10, buddy. You know what that is? 10. Hey.
Damn, I haven't seen that one before, by the way. That was very nice.
Yeah. That's the 10 clip.
Yep.
Just badonkas for the win. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's the new 10 clip. The improved and fully animated Dobon Hunkaro clip is for the 20. There's even a 50 clip, although that doesn't have any boobs in it, but it is funny.
Yeah.
And then there's, of course, all new Guna videos for when the bars are full. So help! Guys,
someone go for the 20, please.
20 is as stated, I may be biased, but it is one of my favorite clips.
It's good,
and it is lore accurate. Internet lore.
Be a completionist. Send us a 20. Furious Dan for 2 says, "Thank you, Will. You're welcome, buddy. Thank you very much for the clips." Oh, well, I guess we can count this.
I mean, that is a 20.
Why not? 20. Why not? I mean, it won't count on the goal, but it will count for me anyway, so whatever. Yeah. And TJAP Steve has gifted 20 Will Fans memberships. You absolute bloody legend. I got a few clips to play for this because it's memberships as well.
Let's go, Grift Force! Doing it for the princesses!
I got this new anime plot. Basically, there's this high school girl, except she's got huge boobs. I mean, some serious hunkers. A real set of badonkers. Packing some Doban hunkaros. Massive da hunka bankaloos. Big ol' Tanhangera cougars. What happens next? Transfer student shows up one day with even bigger Bankhanaga hoogs. Humongous hungalonga no no logongus.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Like I said, I might be biased, but I really do like that.
Well, you're from the club, so you're kind of.
Yes, we made.
I don't think
I changed it so that now it's John. John's the one going, what happens next?
Hot Asian chick with big tits. Like it's like,
I buy it.
I'd buy that
Exactly.
for $20.
More accurate.
There we go.
Nice.
And to be fair, that is a fucking lot.
Toasty Jesus in the chat. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yep.
And follows up with 19 months of membership at this point. Fucking hell. Says all green for Princess 1 and 2, a different kind of 20. Indeed, buddy. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you. And I'll be putting that on the bar in just a moment. Thank you very much. For the princesses, Grift Force, baby. That's right. And that's 21 onto the fucking blue bar. And I'm going to add a few bucks onto the red bar because of the upgrade as well that we got earlier on from Sardoc. So thank you very much. Paul Thomas Ashworth jumps off the top rope with 5 more gifted memberships. Oh my God.
Let's go, Grift Force! Doing it for the princesses!
Never stop playing Jackbox.
We are halfway there to being back in these seats again tomorrow.
Tomorrow,
And we're
yeah,
living on a
fucking
prayer.
Yeah.
Right.
There we go. There we are. And yeah,
Nice.
Thanks very much, guys. You're legends.
Halfway there. Oh, gaming from my chair.
Gooning in the air.
Right.
In the air. St. Hugo for €2 says quick start mall open now open on James Ops Pal World. Yes, that's the Grift Force Pal World server. You can join. James Op usually drops the link and the password in the chat. I don't know if he's here.
I know the password, but I can't remember the IP address.
Yeah, and I still need to get the fuck in there. I just haven't found any fucking time at all in the last few days to play anything apart from 40 minutes of Escape from Duckov just to figure out what I'm talking about. You know?
Did you install the multiplayer mod yet?
No, I haven't. I've done nothing. I didn't even get any Guna video stuff made today. I literally was just doing other shit. So maybe tonight. Got plenty coming up. Although tomorrow I'm quite busy as well because I'm going out to a long lunch date with the wife, and that will be nice. A little bit of afternoon delight, and yeah, so I'll be back in action by tomorrow evening for hyperdrive time. But St. Hugo for 2, thank you very much, really appreciate it, mate. And it's euros. John will only join if you add a boobs mod.
I mean,
well, you got me.
It certainly would, entice.
Yeah.
You give me more.
Get the bar though. Get the bar. Get it halfway. We'll play one clip. Get it the other way. We'll play the Halloween clip all the way. All right, you legends. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. We have another episode to review, and then of course we'll be getting into Jackbox. But before that, we have to review Legion, episode 2 of series 6. Now this is kind of a consequential episode in that it actually does some stuff that fundamentally changes the status quo of the crew a little bit, in a couple of ways. Well, one in particular. So let me get it on the screen. And again, this one is another clever episode where they deal with some high concept shit. But there's lots of funny little gags in it as well. So stay tuned, stick around, don't go anywhere. We will be laughing our way through this one as well. We cut to Starbug, of course, now still flying through space Rimmer walks in, says 10 o'clock changeover. Anything to report? Crichton says, we're still lagging behind Red Dwarf, sir. Almost 24 hours behind now. Other than that, it's been a moderately quiet shift, except for one small shock a couple of hours ago when we noticed an alien invasion fleet off the starboard bow. Thankfully, it turned out to be one of Mr. Lister's old sneezes that had congealed on the radar screen.
Nice.
It's kind of disgusting.
You would.
I get some energy in here,
right? You would have thought that Crichton would have cleaned it up before it.
There's James up.
Before it got so. There it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. For some reason, it turns out that Crichton hadn't actually noticed the sneeze. So Lister had sneezed on the scope, and it had congealed there to the point where it looked like an alien invasion fleet. There you go. Rimmer says, how are we fuel-wise? Crichton says, unchanged for today, sir. However, the supply situation grows increasingly bleak. We've recycled the water so often, it's beginning to taste like Dutch lager. Those crappy little green bottles you get. Rimmer says, we're okay for food, though, aren't we? Crichton says, confidentially, sir, no. We've no meat, no pulse, and hardly any grain. Worse still, the only licorice all sorts left are those whirly little black twisty ones that everybody hates. If that weren't bad enough, space weevils have eaten the last of the corn supply. And so Rimmer says, what's under the grill? He says, space weevil. So he pulls it out, and we've got this. Where is it? Come on, there it is. Yeah, there it is. Space weevil. Says, you can't serve space weevil, Crichton. I mean, not even Lister with his single remaining taste bud would knowingly sit down and eat insectoid vermin. Well, let's face it, with him, it's practically cannibalism. There we go.
Yeah.
And there are 17 minutes left on the $20 goal, by the way. So he says, but it's incredibly nutritious, sir. After all, it is corn-fed. He says, you'll never get him to eat it. He says, trust me, sir. They say the first bite is with the eye. It's all down to presentation. And he's done some nice garnish with lettuce and a bit of carrot that he's done like a flower. I used to have a chef who did that. Actually, he's my brother-in-law. Anyway, he says, et voila. And there you go. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, Cat says, change over, anything new? Lister says, nothing much. Electrical storm, alien war fleet, false alarm, the usual stuff. Cat sits down on the chair. He goes, what the hell is all this down the back of my chair? Peanuts? Lister says, no, I've been trimming my verrucas. Says, you have personal habits that would make a monkey blush. Says, you really think I'm that psychotically disgusting, don't you? He goes, they're peanuts, okay? He goes, real peanuts? He goes, yeah. Pops one in his mouth. He goes, where'd you get them? He says, that derelict a couple of months back. I found them in the dead captain's old donkey jacket. He stares at him. He goes, don't look at me like that. You enjoyed that mint imperial, didn't you? He says, where did you get that? He said he was sucking that when he got shot. Had to prise his jaws open with a car jack. And the cat's disgusted. He goes, you think I'll buy anything you say, don't you? Well, wrong, buddy. Now get out of here. I got to keep my eyes skinned for that asteroid shaped like a dancing moose you told me about yesterday. He's just looking around for it. So Lister walks into the midsection and says, hi, honey, I'm home. And Crichton's got some dinner for him. Obviously, we know that. It's a supper, sir, and tonight's movie. I'm sorry, sir. It is another Doug McClure. Please don't hit me. Lifts the cover off the tray and goes, what's this? Sir? And Lister digs around and lifts up the carrot flower. He goes,
mad as hell.
All carrot. He goes, Crichton, you know how I feel about fresh vegetables. They're for health psychos, vitamin freaks, people. And he tosses the carrot. Who exercise. Says, I'm sorry, sir. Lister opens his magazine, looks weird and annoyed, takes a bite of the space weevil and suddenly looks disgusted. Crichton says, is everything okay, sir? Lister says, no, it's not. Some smeggers filled in this. Have you got a good memory quiz? And Crichton says, but that was you, sir, last week. Don't you remember? I says, was it? He says, yeah, look, nobody else spells Thursday with an F. He says, I can't help it. I went to art college.
Fair.
There you go.
That got me falling off my chair when I saw Thursday with the knife.
Thursday.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of people do that in the UK. A lot of people, particularly Cockneys and such, they pronounce the TH sounds like an F. Yeah, it drove my mum crazy. She used to hate it.
Pronounce it, but not write it like that.
First, Thursday, like day for first.
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, actually spelling it that way would be another level of retarded. You're right. Yeah. But there you go. Rimmer leans in close and goes, "How's supper, Listy?" He goes, "Oh, it's delicious. I didn't know we had any crunchy king prawn left." Cat comes in and goes, "I hate to go all technical on you, but all hands on deck, swirly thing alert." Just showing that while they are competent, they are still idiots, uneducated, have no idea what they're dealing with. Anyway, they all get into their various positions as usual. Lister says, "Where?" Oh, he switched to wearing long johns now under his leather jacket. By the way, that's his look for the next 2 seasons. He says, "It's not on the radar yet, but I can smell it." Rimmer says, "Nothing here." Quentin says, "Nothing on the long range, sir. Is it possible you could have made a miss-smell?" He says, "Listen, butterpat head, my nostril hairs are vibrating faster than the springs on a Spaniard's honeymoon bed." Another one. He says, "I'm telling you, there's something out there." He says, "Don't get your double helix in a strict. No one's questioning your nasal integrity." And Rimmer says, and here we go, classic Red Dwarf joke. It says, "Go to blue alert." And Lister says, "What for? There's no one to alert. We're all here." It says, "I would just feel more comfortable if I know that we're all on our toes because everyone's aware it's a blue alert situation." Lister says, "We are all on our toes." Rimmer says, "May I remind you of Space Corps Directive 34124? Crichton, 32124. No officer with false teeth should attempt oral sex in zero gravity." Rimmer says, "Damn you both all the way to Hades." Go on.
Why is that a directive? Why is there if there's such a directive?
Oh, I mean, we know this, that the Space Corps Directive.
Yeah,
Space Corps directives are incredibly retarded. They cover an insane amount of stupid crap. And of course, let's not forget that during the quarantine episode last season, Rimmer got so tired. Excuse me. Rimmer got so tired of Crichton quoting Space Corps directives, he demanded a copy of the book, and then of course went insane reading it and used it to quarantine the crew and everything. But we can canonically understand now that Rimmer has, on his downtime, familiarized himself, he thinks, with the entirety of the Space Corps Directive manual, but constantly gets them wrong. So there we go.
My take is, why is there such a directive? I mean, if there's such a directive, something has happened to have that directive in place.
Yes, exactly. That's the point. Yeah, you are supposed to infer that at some point, some officer with false teeth tried to go down on someone in zero gravity, and it didn't work out very well for them.
Yeah, so somewhere in space, there is a set of floating space teeth.
Exactly.
Possibly.
Okay.
Not space teeth.
Anyway, let's crack on. Rimmer shouts, "Damn you both, all the way to Hades." Very interesting choice of words there. Not sure why. Says, "I want to go to blue alert." Lister says, okay. And he presses a button, and in a second we see there. Nothing else has changed. There's no sound or anything like it. It is just literally a flashing little tiny screen that says alert in blue letters. Anyway,
behind them, it's
behind them too.
Little,
I mean, it makes no difference whatsoever.
It's a great sight gag though.
Yeah.
Makes no difference.
The way Rimmer's actually looking at it as well, and it's just like,
Rimmer is basically the only one who can see it.
Right.
So there we go. He goes, thank you. A bit of professionalism. Crichton says, wait, I've got something. I'm punching it up. And we see this sort of streaking flash of energy, sort of like a comet, but with no rock at the front of it, speeding through space. Lister says, too small for a vessel, maybe some kind of missile. Crichton says, it's impossible to tell at this range. Whatever it is, they clearly have a technology way in advance of our own. Lister says, so do the Albanian state washing machine company. And Rimmer says, of course he does, says, step up to red alert. Crichton says, sir, are you absolutely sure? It does mean changing the bulb. Now this is this scene with that red alert bulb gag. It's low key, but it is constantly used by YouTubers as a demonstration of the kind of comedy in Red Dwarf, and for good reason. It's very funny.
There is a sequel to it later on, which we'll cover when we get
there.
there.
Yeah, of course. There's a reference to it. Yeah. Are you absolutely sure it does mean changing the bulb? River says, there's always some excuse, isn't there? Lister shouts, range 15,000 G-gooks in closing. I don't know what a G-gook is, but it's a term they'll use at least twice in this episode. Crichton says, direct collision course, suggest evasive action. Cat shouts, engaging reheat, and they manage to dodge it. Lister shouts, it's still with us. It's some kind of heat seeker. We can't outrun it. Cat shouts, that's it. We're deader than tank tops. Another one of those kind of gags. Rumor says, suggestions. Crichton says, sir, may I recommend I load myself into the reverse thrust tubes and you use my body as decoy fodder. This will, of course, leave me splattered across deep space and unable to complete today's laundry, for which I apologize in advance. Rimmer shouts, Crichton, stop your blathering and get in the damn tube. Lister shouts, Crichton, sit down. He's on board with it immediately. Right. But Lister goes, Crichton, sit down. I'm not doing my own smegging ironing. He goes, look, maybe we can reason with it. This is Rimmer. Open communication channels, Lister. Broadcast on all known frequencies and in all known languages, including Welsh. And then Rimmer goes all official. He goes, this is Acting Senior Officer Arnold J. Rimmer of the Jupiter Mining Corporation transport vessel Starbug. Now hear this, because it's only coming once. We surrender, totally and without condition. Thank you for listening. Additional. Sorry to take up your valuable time. Sorry, thank you. Sorry, bye. Sorry, thank you. Bye. Thank you, bye. Lister says, Rimmer, you've got a longer yellow streak than a stampede of diuretic camels. He says, know this about me. Like General George S. Patton, I believe in reincarnation. It is my firm conviction that in all my previous lives I've been a soldier, a bold warrior soul, who tragically in this incarnation has been given the body of an abject coward. So excuse me, gentlemen, while I have a humiliating panic attack under the scatter table.
Yeah. although we know, if the reincarnation of his line is factual, he was a eunuch, which is not necessarily a soldier, but he tried.
Yeah, well, yeah, he wasn't actually a soldier at all. It's actually a retcon.
Yeah,
if you want to be true about it, it is because he was in a previous life he was Alexander the Great's chief eunuch.
Yes.
And that's humiliating. That's definitely humiliating to say the least. But anyway, so we can crack on. 1 second. I've got to update the bar. I've been saying for ages I would update the bar for the Goon God for the upgraded membership from Sardoc, and I want to do it.
Indeed.
So I just need to do it before I forget. Okay. And it's rounded up the number too. That's weird. Oh well, whatever. Doesn't make a fucking difference. So cracking on then. He's buggered off into the aft to hide and have a panic attack. Cat shouts, "Here it comes!" Lister shouts, 5 G-Gooks to impact. Hold on to your wage packets. Grips the seat behind him. The missile lands on them, but doesn't in fact hurt them in any way. Just simply traps them in this sphere of interconnected glowing lines, like a huge honeycomb kind of thing. Or the Buckminster fullerene molecule, if you want. The cat shouts, the controls are down. Rimmer, satisfied they're still alive, re-enters the cockpit. Says, what on Io was that? Crichton shouts, some kind of suction beam. We're being dragged down. Lister shouts, fire up the retros. Cat shouts, dead. Lister, auxiliary power. Cat, dead. Joystick. Cat says, dead. Oh, the whole panel's deader than A-line flares with pockets in the knees.
What I tried to say when I didn't realize I was muted. Yet again. I seem to do that every stream.
I don't know how you managed to do it, but go on.
No, nor do I. But there you go. Like the mesh thing they were caught in reminds me of what Q uses in the first episode of Next Gen.
Yeah, it does look like that. Yeah, that's true.
That's a his is like a giant wall, but same basically.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming the red tint of this is from the actual LightNet mesh, because I don't think that they got up to change the bulb.
No, they did definitely not change the bulb. No. If anything, the bulb is still pathetically blinking away blue,
right?
In a room of all red. Yeah. So there we go. Anyway, right, so the whole panel's deader than A-line flares with pockets in the knees. Crichton says, I've located the beam source. I'm punching it up. And we see Starbug being pulled into a space station. Very intricate, graceful-looking space station.
Yeah, it looks like
and they are beamed in.
Some CG art.
Yeah, a little bit of a... Yeah, that was pretty cool, that, actually. Nice. Anyway, so they're all sitting in the midsection. And no, they're in the bunk, actually. And Rimmer shouts, so what have we got? Lister says, well, it seems we were snared by some kind of malfunctioning guidance beam, designed to help dock in supply ships. We've shut it down and we're free to leave. Cat says, anyone around? Says, no life signs, nothing. Crichton says, the ident computer is stubborn as a mule. All I could get from its pesky little ROM was something about classified military research. Wouldn't give me any details, but listen to some of the physicists involved. Heidegger, Davro, Holder, Quayle. Some of the most brilliant minds of the 23rd century. And that gets a laugh because some of these names are like contemporary, low-level, C-tier British celebrities that you kind of imply went on to have incredibly successful scientist sons and grandsons and great-grandsons. And so, there you go. But anyway, it does. It gets a laugh.
I thought the Quayle joke was about the vice president from the U.S., but might be my geographical, because he was notorious for not knowing how to spell potato.
Well, Davro is definitely at least a game show host,
right,
from the UK that no one gives a smeg about.
Yeah, I did wonder about that. Now I remember.
And then there's other names in there that are references to various people as well. But the idea is that the people are descended from mediocrity. So there you go. Anyway, Rimmer says, anything we can salvage? Lister says, there must be something we can swipe. Rimmer says, well, gentlemen, our strategy is clear. Let's tool up and go shopping. So they walk out into the space station corridor. It looks like the inside of a shopping mall, almost completely sterile and stylish. And Crichton is holding the sci-scan. They can't seem to find anything, but there is this kind of whooshing energy swirling around them that takes a human form. They suddenly detect a life reading, obviously. Rimmer says, why didn't it register before? The elevator comes down, and clad in a gold bodysuit with some sort of breathing apparatus is this guy.
Looks kind of like a futuristic gimp suit.
A little bit, yeah. Turns around and in a very deep voice that I can't replicate says, welcome, my friends. It has been many centuries since I last had visitors. Turns to Crichton, says, you, of course, are Crichton. And you are Rimmer, the hologram. May I? And just before Rimmer can even react, he reaches inside Rimmer and grabs his light bee, and pulls it out, opens it up, as Rimmer disappears, obviously, and switches it off, examines it, opens it up, and pulls out meters and meters and meters and meters of wire. Yes, of course. Primitive. So basic. He then
emits like an entire person, like visibly.
Just pulls out these yards of wire.
Right.
Yeah, and throws it away. And then replaces it with one sort of weird thimble-sized unit that he just tosses in and throws back out. Throws the light bee. Rimmer reappears, although now his jacket is blue instead of red. He pauses for a moment to catch his breath and says, "You'd better have a mighty damn fine explanation for what you've just done, Milado." And Stranger says, "Forgive me. I merely converted your projection unit from soft light to hard light." And Rimmer says, "Hard light?" And then he literally pats himself, and Lister touches him. And we now have a physical Rimmer for the first time. They've finally done it. Rimmer now has a physical form.
In actual tangible reality.
Yeah, about 4 seasons too late, because they long since gave up on how does Rimmer use the Navi computer, for example. I mean, okay, he doesn't actually touch anything, but he does lean on it and stuff all the time. We had the Ascension Sunday bit in Marooned where he's pushing buttons there. You know, but hey, at least now there is a canonical reason for why Rimmer can touch things. And it also gives him another bonus too. So he has a body. He says, "I can touch, I can feel." Crichton says, "Puncture repair kit on standby, sir."
Which again is another callback joke.
Yeah. Unpack Rachel and get out the puncture repair kit. Yes. So the Stranger says, "I created the hard light drive many years ago. My mind is not all that it once was. You, my friend, are Lister." He says, "How come you know who we are?" Doesn't answer him. He says, "You are in pain." Here, points to his stomach. Lister says, "No, just a bit of Bangalore belly. The heartburn from eating too much curry." He says, "No, it is something more serious. May I?" He says, "Okay." So he opens his long johns and his jacket and shirt. And Stranger uses an electro lightsaber style scalpel to slice into him a meatless, painless, neat, bloodless slit into Lister. He reaches inside and pulls out a very, very swollen and what's the word? Inflamed looking organ, and says, "Ah, as I thought. Your appendix. You were on the verge of peritonitis." So yeah, he's just done Lister a massive favor. Says, "Thanks, man." "Cheers, man." He says, "And you are the cat." He says, "You come near anywhere." He goes, "You come anywhere near me with that thing, buddy, and you'll be wearing them bows as a bobble hat." He says, "You're all tired and in need of nourishment. Come, let us dine." Rimmer says, "What is your name?" He says, "Call me Legion." So he walks him into this dining room full of incredible works of futuristic and timeless, exquisite art. There's a slight sort of harpsichord music playing in the background. He says, "Please make yourselves comfortable." Crichton says, "Legion, these statues, you sculpted them yourself?" He says, "Years ago. I was a different person then," which we'll come to understand a bit more later. Crichton says, "Well, according to my connoisseur chip, they fulfill all 10 requirements for being masterpieces." Rimmer says, "You have a connoisseur chip?" Crichton says, "Look, just because I look like Herman Munster's stuntman doesn't mean to say I can't appreciate art, sir." Anyone who remembers the Munsters, they were a bit like the Addams Family, but where the main one was a Frankenstein, a Frankenstein's monster. So there we go. Legion says, "I shall return with the feast." Rimmer says, "Can I eat? In this body, is it possible?" And he says, Mr. Rimmer, in a hard light body, you can do anything a human can do, with the added bonus that you are practically indestructible. He says, I can't be hurt. He says, your pleasure and pain responses remain the same, but you cannot come to harm. Excuse me. So Rimmer is now indestructible.
And he's also effectively human, which makes me wonder, is he now going to
better
have...
than human.
Yeah, but he's able to like take a piss, you know?
Right. Yeah. You sort of wonder, does he have organs? Like, yeah. And it's I don't know. Maybe it's a simulacrum.
Right.
Like maybe he has the need to piss, and then it will create like a hologrammatic piss streak or something that when it's gone, he feels better. I don't fucking know.
Right.
Anyway, I mean, presumably he has a physical body now being projected by the light bee within him. I don't know how it fucking works. I'm not going to lie to you. I have no fucking idea.
Right.
But there we go. Excuse me. And so Rimmer bows before Legion, smarmling as he leaves, and there we go. Crichton is putting down the side scan. He says his cellular structure is unique. Genetic strands I've never seen before. Part living tissue, part mechanical. Rimmer says we've got to persuade him to come with us. He'd get us back to Earth in weeks. And what a team we'd make. Legion, with his scientific genius, intellect, culture, and sophistication. And us with and Lister says, with our red alert bulb. He goes, let's flag down a cab and head for Real Street here. This Johnny won't come with us. He'd never fit in. Can you see him joining in on our late night sessions of Pin the Pointy Stick on the Weather Girl?
And there's that callback.
Yep. Rimmer says, true, but once he's signed up and we're off in the big black, it'll be too late for him to change his mind. All we have to do is create the facade that we're not the uncouth morons you are.
Yeah, we're not the uncouth morons you are.
Yeah. He comes back with the feast. He says it is a traditional 24th century Mimosian banquet. Now, given that the cat was raised entirely on Red Dwarf, Lister is from the 23rd century, and so is Rimmer. And both of them were frozen during the Rimmer died, and Lister was frozen during the 23rd century. There is no possible way that any of them would know anything about Mimosian cuisine except for Crichton, who is from the 24th century.
Right.
Or 25th century. I can't remember. But anyway, it doesn't matter. So Rimmer says, how absolutely divine Legion. For some reason says Legion in a fake French accent. Says, although I must say our souls are already gorged fit to burst with the feast of art laid out on your walls. And I feel like Rimmer here is channeling High Rimmer from the Lows and Highs episode, because of the way he speaks, like a babbling brook, brother. You know? Legion is faintly amused. He says, I wasn't aware you had an interest in art, Mr. Rimmer. And you know, he knows who they are, so he knows everything about them. So he knows exactly that Rimmer is full of shit.
Right.
And Rimmer says, many's a night we while away the wee hours contemplating a Caravaggio, discussing its shape, themes, and form. And the cat says, yeah, the pointy stick game doesn't even get a look in anymore. Rimmer continues, crosses over to the small angular box quite near the door, says, now, this three-dimensional sculpture in particular is quite exquisite. Its simplicity, its bold, stark lines. Pray, what do you call it? And like Legion says, the light switch. And Rimmer says, the light switch. Like he's been gazpacho souped again, you know?
Right.
Legion says, yes. He says, I couldn't buy it then. He says, not really. I needed to turn the lights on and off. He says, it's a pity, because if it wasn't a light switch, in many ways it could be considered a masterpiece. He says, Crichton, please join us. Mimosian cuisine is quite acceptable for mechanoids. Crichton says, indeed. It has long been a dream of mine to sample its unique flavors. Legion says, let the meal begin. He disconnects the breathing tube from his mouth hole. Creepy.
Like I say, futuristic gimp suit.
Yeah, it is a gimp suit now. Yeah.
Are you getting only Fools and Horses vibes from that? The two blow-up girls appearing in the back of the van.
Right, yeah. It looks a bit like it, yeah. He looks like he should be a blow-up doll, yeah.
Yeah.
But with a slightly bigger mouth. That doesn't look big enough. Really.
Right.
Let's be honest.
Maybe he knows Rachel.
Unless you're Korean.
Yeah. It's not for the Caucasian market.
Yeah, it's not. It's a sex doll for Asians. Yeah. There you go. Anyway, I say that living in Asia and I still haven't been stabbed somehow. Anyway, there we go. So he says, let the meal begin. He disconnects the tube. Everyone else is looking at the cutlery. As we discover quickly, they're using these things, these very complicated looking devices. And he says, oh, I'm sorry. Of course, not all of you are versed in using Mamosian antimatter chopsticks. Asians or RTD, TJAP save. Yes, correct. Crichton says, I'm fully versed, Legion. For my cooking duties, I'm programmed to be proficient in all known off-world eating techniques, including Jovian boogle hoops and the often lethal Mercunian boomerang spoon. Stupid, but good. Everyone else, yes, everyone is trying to go in with what Rimmer suggested, that they should try to look like they know what they're doing. Lister says, antimatter chopsticks? We use them all the time. Cat says, can't even remember what a fork looks like. And Rimmer says, don't let a few congealed custard stains down Lister's long johns delude you into thinking we're not sophisticates. They switch on the chopsticks and they start swirling around on the spot. Kind of like whisks, electric whisks, you know what I mean? But with a handle, they're both going like that. But they're both completely confused by them. And a blob of food rises up off the plate and starts floating and lands into Legion's really very small mouth. And whatever, anyway, it works. And Crichton, just trying to help out, says, the trick is, of course, to never, ever, under any circumstances, allow live sticks to touch. But of course, we all know that. Right. He then manages to pick up something that looks kind of like a big toupee or something, a ball of hair. And it then he barely can use the damn chopsticks either as he tries to eat it. It's ridiculous. Anyway, he finally, manages to grab it with his mouth, sort of. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Rimmer says, well, bon appetit. Tuck in, Listy. And Lister's like, no, after you, man. Rimmer says, wouldn't hear of it. Anyway, Lister does try the chopsticks on the dish in front of him. He does quite well at first, but the problem is the plate is coming from a different plate other than the one he was trying to will to feed him. Loses control of the food. And it hits Rimmer in the face, of course. Rimmer, with his brand new physical body, can, of course, now be splattered with food. Yes. I wonder what will happen. So there we go.
Physical bodies equal physical comedies.
First time I've ever thought of that, by the way. I've watched this episode maybe 20 times in my life, and it never occurred to me that would have been, that would have been impossible in any previous episode. Yeah. So there we go. How are we doing for time? Well, we're good. We're okay. Anyway, excuse me a second. That's it. Crichton says softly, sir, you're creating a reverse field. Try to keep the electron flow in the same direction. Meanwhile, the cat is having a same problem. He's got some food 2 feet above his head, and his chopsticks are pointed straight up at it. You can't actually see it. He says, how do you land the damn stuff? Crichton says, simply invert the ionic phase in the down pulse of the field margin. Cat says, I was with you all the way up to simply. Crichton says, like so. And he sort of tries to guide it down, and of course it lands on Rimmer. That's it, of course. It hits Rimmer, of course, as well. There we go. As Rimmer glares at them. Crichton notices Lister tugging futilely at his wine glass. Crichton says, "Sir, the glass is fixed to the table. It's Mimosian telekinetic wine." Lister says, "So how do you drink it?" He says, "You simply will the liquid into your mouth. Then you telepathically decide on its flavor." And then he does it himself, like so.
Nice
and then
reverse
you see him,
shot.
reverse shot of him spitting, yeah. He goes, delicious. Lister gives it a go and gets squirted in the face. He goes, "Crichton, help me." Crichton concentrates, the jet stops, leaving Lister gasping for air. He notices Legion watching him and gives a sickly grin as the cat and Rimmer are now stuck. The cat has managed to lock on to some food that is apparently inside Rimmer's mouth. He says, "I can't help it, bud. Somehow we crossed wavelengths." He goes, "It feels like you're pulling my teeth out." He goes, "Try swallowing it." He goes, "I have 3 times." Suddenly, the food, he gets his face pulled a bit, of course. I mean, he's still made of light, so I guess it makes sense. Nice little effect there, yeah.
Effect there with the stretch
Yeah.
of his face, yeah.
That's it. Anyway, it's not really working. Finally, the food pops out of Rimmer's mouth, flies past the cat, and hits the painting on the wall. And they all look a little bit embarrassed. Legion chimes in finally, mercifully, and says, "My friends, I sense that you are trying to impress me. There really is no need." Rimmer says, "Legion, may I be frank? It's not often we meet an individual with who we feel could improve our already pretty damn fine top-notch team. But in you, I feel we have. In all our travels, we have met precisely 31 individuals, 3-1.
Which
and
is
we have
a nice way of kind of telling you that they are, how many episodes have preceded this.
Yes, this is the 32nd episode of Red Dwarf.
Yeah.
So it's not technically true, but if you like, I do have a list because I went researching. The 31 individuals Rimmer claims they've met, but never invited any to join the crew, may or may not include the Cat Priest, Confidence, Paranoia, the Mayor of Warsaw, a whole bunch of fish. That doesn't really count. The second Rimmer, Crichton doesn't count because he did join the crew. The 4 occupants of the alternative universe Red Dwarf, which would be Debs, Arlene, Hilly, and the dog. The polymorphs, 2 of them, Hudson 10, Camille and Hector, the 2 blobs, Ace Rimmer, though they didn't ask him to join, the Inquisitor, technically the alternative Lister and Crichton, but they don't count really. 5 occupants of each alternate Red Dwarf from Demons and Angels. So that's 10 more. Dr. Hildegard Landstrom, and well, unfortunately, Mr. Flibble doesn't count because that's a figment of Rimmer's imagination. And the Psirens, the one that tried to. So as it goes, that is a lot of people, well over 30.
Yeah.
So it could count, but in fact, it is a reference to the fact that there have been 31 episodes of Red Dwarf. And this is the 32nd. So he's basically saying they've met 1 person per episode.
Right.
Anyway, he says, "And we never felt moved to invite a single one to join our crew. True, most of them wanted in some way to suck out our brains or erase us from history altogether. That's the Inquisitor, of course. Nevertheless, they still weren't what we would consider the right stuff."
Really?
Says, "We feel that you are different. We feel that you, like us, have the courage and the dignity that it takes to make it as a dwarfer." Considering they don't actually have Red Dwarf right now.
Right.
Boys are the fans.
That's right. That's right.
Here we go.
Yeah.
The boys are the fans.
Yeah.
Anyway, here we go.
Sorry to be off camera for so long. My leg went completely numb because I was sat on it.
Oh, okay. So what did you do? Bend it behind your head or something to get the feeling?
I just
yoga
had to
poses.
stand up for like 10 minutes.
Oh, right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Thanks for sparing us so we didn't have to stare at your balls for the last 10 minutes.
Oh, you see that by turning the camera off.
Yeah, that's a good reason. Thank you.
You're welcome. I mean, I do have trousers on, but even so.
I don't. I'm wearing shorts.
Okay, RPE.
I'm wearing
Will's
shorts.
a real YouTuber.
A real YouTuber. No, I'm not streaming in my underwear. I'm wearing just casual shorts.
Yeah.
You know, home shorts. So there we go. So that's it. He says, we feel you have the courage and the dignity to make it as a dwarfer. Somehow he's convinced himself of his own bullshit. And as he goes back to try and impress Legion one final time, he begins to try and eat again and accidentally crosses the sticks, which proceeds to kind of super psionically electrify him. Crichton panics and shouts, "Sir, don't cross the chopsticks!" as all the food on the table begins to tremble, all at once lifts up and flies onto Rimmer, splatting itself all over him.
Number 3.
And there it is. That's right. Legion says, "Mr. Rimmer, I am moved by the eloquence of your invitation, but it is quite impossible for me to leave the confines of the Institute." And Rimmer says, "It was Lister, wasn't it? He put you off." Crichton says, "Is there nothing we can do to change your mind?" Legion says, "Absolutely." Crichton says, "Then I'm afraid we must bid you farewell. We have a long journey ahead of us." Legion says, "Nonsense. You have no journey at all, my friends. I insist you stay here with me. You will be my honored guests from now until the day you die." Rimmer wipes the food from his face and sighs. Says 32.
And hey,
I love that. Is superb acting by Chris Barry there, by the way.
It is, yeah. The way I'll get to that right. What's that? Let's watch it. Just the way he's 32. 32. another psycho. What are you trying to say, John?
Oh, I was just saying, beating the challenge. You know, getting it right there at the wire.
Oh yeah. Well, the challenge ended some time ago, actually. But
either way,
T-Jab Steve, in a very generous mood today, no doubt, says Mr. Flibble doesn't count for $20. Says this makes Mr. Flibble very cross. What happens to naughty boys who've been naughty, Mr. Flibble? Uncle Arnie fries them alive with his hex vision. For $20, you fucking legend, T-Jab Steve. Thank you very much.
I got this new anime plot. Basically, there's this high school girl, except she's got huge boobs. I mean, some serious hunkers. A real set of badonkers. Packing some Doban hunkeros. Massive da hunka bankaloos. Big old Tanhangera cougars. What happens next? Transfer student shows up one day with even bigger Bankhanaga hooks. Humongous hungalamga no logangas.
This brings joy.
Uncle Arnie fries him alive with his hex vision, yeah. Or we get blinded by Doban hunkeros. So there you go. Thank you. Thank you very much, buddy. In fact, that's more than 10.
So because it's a 20, does that mean you have to play it twice?
No.
I got this new anime plot. Basically, there's this high school girl, except she's got huge boobs. I mean, some serious hunkers. A real set of badonkers. Packing some Doban hunkeros. Massive da hunka bankaloos. Big old Tanhangera cougars. What happens next? Transfer student shows up one day with even bigger Bankhanaga hooks. Humongous hungalamga no logangas.
Buddy. There we go. Gotta love it.
Indeed. Indeed.
Yeah. Thank you very much, T-Jeb Steve. Appreciate you, man. All right. So we crack back to the episode as we should, because we still have a lot to do.
Yep.
Anyway, we cut to interior bedroom. Lister's cell. He says, "This will be your cell, Dave." And Lister sort of scoffs and goes, "My cell? You really are a nutter, aren't you?" And he crosses over to the table. On the tabletop is a wine bottle in a bucket of ice and a covered tray. Lister investigates the bubbly, then lifts up the cover of the tray, goes, "Sugar puff sandwiches, my favorite. God damn! Every time I hear that, it just makes me badly want to eat sugar puffs. I
By
just
the
don't
way,
have them here. I want some so bad. One of these days, when I have a little bit of extra cash floating around that I don't need to spend on, education, transport, food, nappies, formula, all the other stuff, I'm gonna ask Rhoda to send me a package from the UK and give him my address and just fill it with this kind of crap so that I can treat my family to the best that I can think of from the UK.
Awesome.
I just want to mention everybody out there, a mere $5, and you can see even more.
Oh God, is it? Are we that close?
For
$4.
even longer, get a whole 2 minutes.
Yeah, we'll get the first the normie booby clip. They have the standard booby clip.
Standard.
Or the Halloween one. I guess we're getting closer to Halloween, so I guess I'll let people decide. $4.
I mean, I still think that the Halloween one is it's more special. You gotta really earn that.
So we got to paywall it behind the full bar.
That's right.
It's a gamble, though. That's assuming we'll get the full bar.
But we are here for a minute. We are going to.
We are here for a little while, yeah.
Some Jackbox games.
All right, fine. All right, you're confident. All right. Anyway, there we go. Let's see, chat. If you want $4, we're $4 away from Guna Video 1. So anyway, yeah. So Lister's delighted because he's got sugar puff sandwiches, my favorite. He says, "I think you will find nothing here that isn't to your liking. The entire room is stocked for your own unique personal tastes and requirements." Lister examines the interior of the fridge. He says, 2 dozen 8-packs. Jesus Christ. That's fucking Jesus Christ. That's 192 cans of beer. Yeah. 2 dozen 8-packs. Yeah, that's a weekend, yeah. I think actually I once had a party that lasted a couple of nights and like a whole day in between, and we put away easily that much and maybe more in that, and there was only 4 of us. 6 including the girl, my date that arrived. But she didn't drink any beer. But yeah, we just spent 2 nights drinking and partying and watching Red Dwarf actually, and other old shows, and doing some extracurriculars as we did, and playing Guitar Hero, Rock Band, just endlessly. It was fucking great time. But there you go. Don't live like I did. So he says 2 dozen 8-packs and a spare pair of sneakers. He says sneakers instead of trainers in the icebox. Yeah, keeps his trainers in the icebox. He says faultless, not an inch wasted. Not that we've ever seen Lister wearing trainers. He always wears those same ratty boots. But whatever. Anyway, he says all your favorite music. Yeah, you can't hear it, but obviously there's like some sort of generic hard rock playing in the background. He says all your favorite music, all your favorite movies. Absolutely no Doug McClure. You will want for nothing. Nice, is someone trying to say something?
Oh, I was just saying no. It's just a nice callback to the establishing joke of
Doug McClure movies.
Yeah. I was about to say something, but I hadn't started saying it yet. Just
sounds almost like a line from the show.
Well, I mean, like
curly whirlies,
yeah. I was just going to ask because I really don't know. Is Doug McClure a real actor or just something they made up for the show?
No, there's real movies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was in westerns and really terrible 1970s space B movies. Oh, and The Land That Time Forgot. He was in At the Earth's Core, Warlords of Atlantis.
Yeah, and there was a Simpsons character that was based on him.
Troy McClure.
Troy McClure.
Yeah, voiced by Phil Hartman.
Yeah,
the late Phil Hartman. Hello, I'm Troy McClure. You might remember me from such infomercials as, or what was the one?
I mean, I know
from such feature films as Alien Nose Job. That's one.
Yeah, or I guess not Simpsons, but Futurama. But yeah.
No. It's
you're right. Yeah.
That was definitely that.
It was
Troy
Simpsons.
McClure is the Simpsons. Yeah.
Yeah.
They wanted Phil Hartman to voice Zap Brannigan in Futurama.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, Futurama going on the list for this show of shows that we have to review, definitely. At some point.
I've seen a few episodes and I liked them, so that'll be very.
You've only seen a few episodes of Futurama?
Uh-huh.
Really?
Oh,
I've got
this is
all
a-
of it
this
on
is a
DVD.
must-watch.
Apart from the latest ones, I've got all of the original run on DVD, and then I've got all the others up to series 8 on my Plex.
But if we're gonna review the show, you have to include good news, everyone.
Good news, everyone. Yeah.
I have the
It
entirety
was my dad's
of,
favorite.
of Beavis and Butthead, even the episodes that were
Oh,
originally
mate.
censored.
You just reminded me of something. Did I ever tell you the story when my dad and I went to this guy's funeral? So my dad used to play in a band with this guy that he didn't particularly like. No one particularly liked this guy. He was a bit of a wannabe snob. He was upper middle class, but he acted like he was fucking aristocracy, and he was a gambler. But you know, I didn't have a problem with him. But him and my dad fell out. Anyway, my dad attended his funeral when he died, and I went with him. Now, at the time, my dad had just been experimenting with like downloadable MP3 ringtones for his phone.
Mm-hmm.
And he also was a huge fan of Professor Farnsworth. It was his favorite character in Futurama. And you might be able to work out where this is going, but stick with me and let me finish it. After the first hymn at the funeral, we're all sitting there, and they called for a moment of silence. And we all sat with our heads down in complete silence. And then suddenly, good news, everyone! It was my fucking dad's phone kind of echoing around the church. I nearly died. And I looked behind us and people were laughing. So, you know, it was my dad freaked out, grabbed his phone and gave it to me. I'm like, fuck's sake, man. You know, people were smiling. And afterwards, people said, like, you know, he would have probably found it funny that happened. So,
right.
And there you go. So maybe I'll try and work that into my dad's memorial somewhere. Okay. Anyway, so that's a 100% true story, but I'm not embellishing that in any way, shape, or form. It really happened and exactly like that.
Right.
So there we go. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to the episode again because we're going on tangents now. But I thought that was pretty funny. Yeah, Futurama. I'm surprised you haven't seen more of it, man. We'll definitely get to that. But there you go. So Doug McClure, yes, Troy McClure. They wanted Phil Hartman to voice Zap Brannigan. That's how we got into the subject.
Yeah.
But he died unfortunately before they could, which is why you never see Troy McClure or Lionel Hutz in The Simpsons anymore.
Yep.
Because they were the Hartman characters. Anyway, so he says you will want for nothing. Lister says nothing. What about company? What about people? He says there is a cyber park in the complex. You may go to any time period of your choosing and indulge any fantasy you wish with any persons you desire. So in other words, you can go fuck the shit out of Marie Antoinette or someone if you want to.
A holodeck, essentially.
Or Princess Diana, or you know. Yeah, in fact, it is effectively a holodeck. Of course, we do get to see Lister doing this in other episodes when he starts getting more into total immersion video games again. There are a number of episodes, especially in Series 7, and one in this, of course, Gunman of the Apocalypse. The next episode after this, we see Lister getting this idea from Legion and then abusing the fuck out of total immersion video games to get his end away. So good shout, Legion. And Lister goes, and that's supposed to in some way make me happy. And then he goes, sorry, run that by me one more time. He says, you will meet companions in the morning. Then he starts to sort of sway on the spot a bit and flag a bit. And he goes, now, you must excuse me. They are falling asleep. I must go. And leaves quickly. So if you haven't figured out what Legion is yet, you probably haven't watched enough sci-fi. And then Lister strums the guitar, and it is like every string is wrong, right? It just goes like that, and he goes, "Amazing! Doesn't even need tuning." That used to... but there you go. Anyway, next morning, they all gather for breakfast in the dining room. This is a brilliant fucking line here by Lister at the end as he's comparing the hell, a hell. He calls it a hellhole, but right after enjoying all this luxury, is good morning, sir. Rimmer says, "What does he want from us? Why is he so obsessed with fulfilling our every desire?" Crichton says, "We're all equally baffled, sir. Was your room like everyone else's? Perfect in every detail?" Rimmer says, "Impeccable, right down to the overstarched pajamas and nocturnal boxing gloves." What about you? Yeah, that's true, actually. Lister could go back and just relive his relationship with Kachansky.
Yeah.
Anytime. True. So there you go. Right down to the overstarched pajamas and nocturnal boxing gloves. Obviously, Rimmer used to sleep in boxing gloves, apparently to stop him touching himself.
Which is, of course, back to time slides.
Right, and considering that this holodeck would be ostensibly using hard light, then
yeah, he's gonna have a good old time. So there we go. He says, "What about you?" Crichton says, "Filthy walls, mud-streaked floors, mop and bucket. I was in hog's heaven, sir." Lister says, "When I finally get round to writing my good psycho guide, this place is going to get raves. Accommodation, excellent. Food, first class. Resident Notter, courteous and considerate. Psycho ratings, got to be 4.5 chainsaws. Higher, maybe." Crichton says, "Sirs, we must not be seduced by all this fine living. However munificent our captor, we are still prisoners. And with every second that passes, we lose yet more ground on Red Dwarf." Lister says, "You're right, Crichton. Caviar niblet." Just bites into caviar, stands up, gets himself the pitcher, goes, "Bucks fizz." Cat gives him the pitcher, pours himself a drink. Yes. So he's got this caviar niblet, Bucks fizz, which is orange juice and champagne, for those who don't know. He goes, "Let's talk about how to get out of this hellhole."
Yeah, which is funny because in the previous dining scene they called it mimosian cuisine, but a mimosa is what they would call that here in America.
A mimosa is what we call, Bucks fizz,
yeah. And if you notice in this little scene right here, Lister ever being Lister, he pours it into his glass and then pours the glass back into the pitcher and then pours it. it's like it's subtle. It's like just it's a few frames.
That's because he filled it up too fast and they needed that for continuity. Yeah,
right.
There you go.
But still, it works though.
Yeah, it works. He's fucked it up somehow. He goes, "Let's talk about how to get out of this hellhole."
That's an interesting concept. I wonder who among us would actually leave.
It's a good question. It's a good question.
I know, it's like they're in ostensibly they're in a perfect paradise of
they're in heaven,
for what we've seen in the show so far. This is better than Red Dwarf. This is an upgrade.
Lister wouldn't. I mean, for us, I don't know. I mean, I'd like to think I wouldn't, because I don't know. There's an element of, you're just giving in. You know, you're effectively living like a leftoid.
It's a gilded cage of sorts, but also at the same time, you've got like I don't know. There's plenty of food there. There's all this stuff. It seems like everything's situated for
state of the art.
Yeah,
I deal with this. Go for it, Rolla.
Like from another point of view, if they like kind of spoke more with Legion and like really explored how they are necessary for him to exist, then perhaps they would feel like morally obliged to stay.
Yeah, maybe.
Because
I mean, I can certainly think
it's not the same Earth they're going back to anyway.
Right. I certainly think that they would have been fully within their rights to stay forever. Whereas, I mean, I have a good reason. I have a family. I'd want to see them again, and a simulation would only remind me of them, and I'd need to get the fuck out.
Maybe that's why I'm kind of like, because I mean, I'm effectively a homeless guy, so right now I'd just be like, well, fuck, man, like this is like,
what have you got?
Well situated for me. I'd be like, oh, all this is just, I just gotta be here. Okay.
Yep.
It's too good for me. I mean, if let's say if we're old, if you have done what you have to do in your life and you want to just, let's say, retire, that's a good place. That's basically your heaven. But they still have to search for Red Dwarf. They still are technically on a mission. And personally,
the
in my
thing is,
opinion,
do they found everything they're looking for? What's the mission is to go back to Earth, isn't it? But they've pretty much given up on that at this point.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but currently they have the mission to find Red Wolf. So after
the thing is,
they might want to come back.
What is their mission? That's the overarching plot was to go back to Earth and
Lister hasn't
settle on
mentioned
Fiji.
in episodes, like
but he hasn't mentioned
now.
that since season 2, maybe season 1, and realistically, they probably never will get back to Earth unless they find a time machine.
Right.
I'd like to see an actual happy ending to Red Dwarf. I think they deserve it after all these years, you know. But
yeah, that's a good happy ending. But after, like, because now they're trying to find the Red Wolf again, like to recover it. So that's
right. But now Red Dwarf
beyond that,
effectively
nothing.
home. But
and if they do make it to Red Dwarf, then the cat has officially made it to Fushal. So yeah. And Crichton will be happy just cleaning up anything, and Rimmer can. I mean, Rimmer, I would understand if he stayed here forever.
Rimmer would not stay here forever because of his mind. Just like with Better Than
his
Life.
mind would do what Better Than Life did to him again.
But
exactly.
Crichton can still clean here in this situation, because that's even what he said. Like, he goes in his room, and it's like, so, you know, not only your needs, but your wants and desires are all, you know, readily available.
I tell you what, though, I've spent like 4 years putting this studio into the state that it's currently in, with all my favorite things in it and stuff like that. And it's nowhere near what I really want in a studio yet. But so I still have goals. Like, I want to build a house and build my own studio. And if I didn't get to do that because I was getting all my desires fed to me through a cyberpark or whatever, the holodeck or whatever you call it, I feel like I would be frustrated as fuck eventually and need to leave. And because I'd need, you need a human being need to strive for things, or you just die.
Exactly.
Something by yourself.
What Hilko started with, like, we need to, that, you know, like at our age, like until like maybe even forever, we need a challenge. We need a reason to get up in the morning.
Not only, as I say,
this situation, you just go to sleep and not wake up again because there was no reason to.
Well, as I say,
everything's too easy. There's no point to life.
As they say, the struggle is real, but it's also necessary, I guess.
I completely agree. Like, if I didn't, on days when things are going too well for me, like, for example, let's say my wife has family around, like, for example, she's just brought her nephew to live with us and help out around the house and stuff. And in exchange, he has access to more options for jobs and things like that to get himself off the ground, right? He's a nice lad. But he's handling so much stuff. I'm kind of like a little lost this week, thinking, damn, man, I've got all these things that I normally handle are being done for me. You know, like even taking out the trash. I'm like, God, am I surplus to requirement? So instead, I focus hard on work. But
that's, you know,
and that is the one thing that I can do that no one else in the house can do is this. So that still justifies my existence. But it does feel weird though when stuff is taken care of for you too much as a man. It makes me feel like, damn, man, I feel like I should be doing something. I feel like I owe it to the family to be doing something.
That's what you.
But you are. I mean,
but I am. I'm earning money, so yeah.
Right, and considering that a lot of these streams lately have been going 4 or 5, almost 6 hours.
Yeah.
You put in, like, you know,
getting in the hours.
Yeah, but no. Look, I think it's still a different thing, because you are doing those streams, you are earning money, but I think you also have the need to do something with your hands, you know, to just do a tangible physical thing.
Yeah,
at least with me is like that. I like when I
well even that though will
certainly
achieving, because he's doing 20 to 30 hours of streams a week, plus all the prep time and making all the clips and all this kind of stuff.
True, but it's still two different things. Like when I'm like in my case, when I'm let's say streaming in the mornings on weekends, I'm getting up early morning. I'm not sleeping in. I haven't slept in on a weekend for the past 6 months.
My
where I
sleep
used to
pattern's
do that.
fucked. Babies,
exactly. But when I finish streaming, I still need to do something with my head. Like I need to need to move a box, or something like that, or rearrange something, or go to my terrace and just bash a couple of nails into wood or something like that. Just because it's a physical thing to do, a tangible physical result. You know, that's what I need. And I think a lot of people are like that, and they constantly need to
men in particular
and improve. Exactly, men in particular.
I think women too, to some extent, but I definitely think men are more pathological when it comes to the need to feel a sense of accomplishment, a sense of conquering the world one step at a time.
In my view, there's nothing more satisfying than building something that you could use instead of buying it ready.
I mean, for me, the most satisfaction I can get in my life, that's not the obvious, is when I can buy things that we need. When I get paid and I go, hey, here's the money for the bills this month, straight into my joint account with the wife. Boom, boom, boom. That's taken care of. I don't need to worry anymore. Then we budget for the rest of the month, and I feel good. I feel fucking great. Because it's I'm providing.
Yeah,
and I think men in general just need that.
But let's say if you need a shelf or something like that, and you have some wood flying around, you would rather do that and build it yourself instead of going to the shop and buying a shelf, right? Yeah, that's what
I'd rather source some wood and measure it and spirit level it and nail it up myself.
I'm a pedestrian, so when I go get groceries, it's literally I walk 3 miles to get.
That's a slog.
So well, I mean, it's
I mean, I'm quite lucky that I have 2 supermarkets, probably within walking distance of my house, both of which I reach on my motorbike within 2 minutes. So,
right.
I'll be silent on this because I have within 100 meters 3 24-hour shops and 4 pharmacies, 4 supermarkets within 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, well.
I have about a 5-minute drive of my house, a hardware store, 2 supermarkets, 3 7-Elevens that are open 24 hours. Hell, there's even a doctor's surgery. There's a third high-end supermarket, a wet market. There's all kinds of crap.
Oh yeah, no. When left to my own, discern like my own decisions, I always look for housing that's I guess convenient to shopping access areas and things like that.
Yeah.
Currently though, situation is just not that, but you still have to do the thing. So
well, there you go. Anyway, so good question. I think this would drive anyone insane after a while, just getting what you want all the time. And no,
there's a Matrix reference in here just to mention. If you remember the second Matrix movie, when the architect was explaining what the first version of the Matrix was, that it was a little paradise and like everyone had everything, and it crashed and burned because of the human's innate defect that they cannot live in a perfect world.
Exactly. It's mentioned in the second Matrix and the first. Agent Smith talks about it in the first when he's interrogating Morpheus as well.
Really?
He says the Matrix was originally
Cypher himself talks about wanting to actually eat a real steak when he's sitting there saying
but then he says that there's nobody giving me real steak. So
ignorance is bliss, so he'd rather
but that's why you're supposed to detest Cypher, because he gives in.
Right.
The struggle is real and reality is a struggle.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you don't participate in the struggle, you're a loser. You know?
You're not a like a productive man.
Can't win if you don't play. Bottom line. Anyway, there we go. Guys, are we still $4 away from Guna Central?
It would seem like what
can we get $4?
What audience are we playing to right now? I mean,
don't know, maybe they've all become gay. I don't understand.
$5, not even 4. Where's Dan?
I'm just kidding, chat.
I know. Yeah.
Anyway, so they are obviously all trying to plan how the hell they're going to escape. Cat says, what do we know about this Johnny, and why is he so keen on keeping us happy? Crichton says, is it possible that our well-being is in some way linked to his own? Lister says, refilling his glass, he says, what? You mean like he's feeding off our emotions? He says, remember when we arrived, the scans recorded no life signs. Is it possible that our very presence here has in some way inadvertently awoken him? Lister says, wait a minute. I think I've got a way of getting out of here. Has anyone ever seen Revenge of the Surfboard and Killer Bikini Vampire Girls? He goes, I think that one slipped us by, sir. He goes, well, there's this one scene where the good-looking, unconventional female journalist who wore glasses and a tight sweater was trapped deep in the bosom of the Surfboard and Killer Bikini Vampire Girl's lair, and she came up with this truly award-winning escape plan. Cut 2. Legion enters. Crichton, Cat, and Rimmer are sitting at the table, smiling in a fake kind of way. Damn, ruined it. As Lister walks in, Rimmer says, Legion, we have considered our position and decided our best option is to make a new life here with you. Legion is annoyed. He says, you truly believed I would be deceived by that schlock plan from Revenge of the Surfboarding Killer Bikini Vampire Girls? Lister behind him holding his struck. It is literally just a face drawn. Fucking so stupid. Anyway, looks like it's made out of polystyrene.
Mm-hmm.
Toasty says she's going to get you a cane for your birthday, John, because you're a pimp.
Oh, well, you know.
Everyone's talking about chipping in for a cane. You could just give him what he wants.
Yeah.
The cane.
No, goons. Anyway, so yeah, he's annoyed and
$4 will get me. You know, like that's that. If you want to support me, you know, help me stay standing.
Get the goon clip, yeah. So he smashes the oh shit, there we go. So he smashes the dummy, and then Lister tries to hit him, and he blocks it, but his mask falls off, revealing a combination of Crichton, Rimmer, Lister, and Cat's faces all swirling around as his visage. He grabs Lister and shouts, I just want you to be happy, and sends him flying across the table. And lands.
By the way,
and you notice, by the way, that he's got just this disgusting collection of congealed stains around his crotch.
Right.
Like dry piss, probably jizz, and ugh.
I'm glad that Toasty's able to stand in for Laura today with the old man jaw and stuff.
There we go.
Yeah.
Anyway, so as Lister passes out, the face changes and no longer has Lister on it. So now it's just literally Crichton, Rimmer, and Cat. And he says, now look what you made me do. Roadkill 101 for $5. That's right, baby.
Thank you, sir.
Officially at $50 and almost $51. Things. Do you want to do it now or after the?
We don't have too much of the episode left. We can.
All right, let's.
Yeah.
All right. So he says, now look what you made me do. Cat shouts, what the hell are you, buddy? Lister still starts to wake up as Lister's face appears once again to join the rest. Legion puts his mask back on, and you see him say, Crichton knows. He says, I do. He says, you suspect the truth. He says, you mean that you are a gestalt entity? Not a single creature, but a combination of individuals melded together to form one? He says, my name is Legion, for we are many.
To be fair, he kind of told you right from the get-go.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
I thought he was going to say you.
It's not going to make it difficult to understand. But what were you saying?
I am Legion, and I was expecting for him to say you get.
Oh, right. Yeah,
like,
you get. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Told you in the beginning.
There you go. So Lister gets up and says, what? You're us, all four of us. Our combined minds and personalities blended together. He says, oh, but much more of that. than that, exponentially more. The whole becomes far greater than the sum of its parts. So Rimmer says, so we can't leave because you're us. You're created from us. If we leave, you cease to be. Says, without you, my friends, I am quite literally nothing. Says, so if he's us, he can't hurt us, right? Bang! It's not so there we go. Wrong. Crichton says, but this is insane. Hurting us is hurting yourself. Our pain is your pain. Says, Crichton, you forget. Not only do I possess your combined intellects and memories, I also share the sum of your malice and rage and anger, magnified many times. I'm capable of quite insanely irrational behavior. Watch. He then proceeds to stab his own hand with some kind of, with that scalpel thing, as they all wince and deal with it. And he goes, the next hint of insurrection, and the scalpel ends up here, and holds it to his scrotum.
Oddly enough, I was going to say, oddly enough, when I was a little kid, I actually stabbed a paring knife through my left hand. So it was,
oof. I got a nail through my
I thought you were going to say your cock then.
I thought you were going to say, like, yeah, through your cock or one of your balls.
No. He stabbed himself through the hand. So I was just like, oh, yeah, I've done that. But it was the other direction, though, because I was fucking around with styrofoam. I was 5-year-old kid with a paring knife. Why
the fuck?
Now I remember battery spring.
Yeah, clearly I should not have been left by myself, but I was the 5th kid at that point in time. Like they're like, yeah, as long as he doesn't die, everything will be fine. And this is like I was 4 or 5 years old at the time, and things are going on. Parents are out of the room.
You just stabbed yourself in the hand.
Yeah, stabbed myself in the hand with a paring knife. So
yeah, that'll do it. So anyway, he's threatened to slice his own scrotum. Crichton says, Legion, that kind of tough talk doesn't scare us. Everyone else shouts, yes, it does.
And Johnny 5, yes, I grew up in the 80s. So yes, Johnny 5.
Right. So Lister says, but what about the sculptures and the masterpieces and the technology? Where does that come from? Legion says, my first incarnation. I was host to the 5 most brilliant minds of their generation. They were experimenting in collective intelligence. I was the product of that research. Crichton points out Heidegger, Quayle, and the others. The composite of their genius. Your mind must have been extraordinary. He says, but all too soon, old age began to kill them. And as each one died, I became less, until I was nothing. Just a mindless essence swirling around the remnants of my achievements, waiting to exist again. Cat says, there's just one thing that still baffles me. Rimmer says, what's that? Cat says, everything. Crichton says,
what is it?
Yeah. What is it? Exactly. Crichton turns to Lister and says, sir, permission to test a supposition. Lister says, granted. He says, trust me, sir. Hang on. There it is. Trust me, sir. And he picks up this chair and smashes Lister over the head with it, and knocks him unconscious. Yeah, Lister is out cold. Legion removes his mask again, and we see once again that Lister is gone. So there we go. Curiously, Legion makes no move to intervene. Interest as weird. I don't know why. Maybe he can't harm them. No, he can. He's punched him. Anyway, when Crichton approaches the cat shouts, what's going on here? What is it? Crichton says, the Gestalt requires our consciousness in order to exist. Therefore, as each of us becomes unconscious, his power diminishes. Permission to lay you out, sir. Yeah. Says, do what you got to do, but don't mess up my hair. Says, thank you. And then his cat in the face knocks him out. Then he approaches Rimmer, who cowers away. What are you saying, John?
Well, I was going to say, this is the cool thing about this episode is when you watch it on the second viewing, you actually know what's going on. Like I said, he tells them all these things, because even when Lister's getting put in his cell, he says the rest of them are going to sleep. And you kind of see him kind of like behind his mask as they're going to sleep and becoming unconscious, he can tell. And so there is the richness of the writing in here, the subtlety and nuance.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's a very clever episode.
Yeah.
So it's up there with some of the other cleverer episodes, definitely. Although they've got a standard now, and I always think to myself, this episode is not like a great standout episode. It's a good episode, very good. If it were in series 3, it would be the best episode of series 3.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Or 4.
But in series 3, it was probably going to be done in a bit of a
If somehow they made this episode
style.
back then, it would have been. I mean, if somehow they were able to make this episode back then, it would have been by miles the best, you know.
Yeah.
But now we've reached the sort of a standard that we're used to. So now excellence is pretty much just commonplace. So there we're at. Anyway, Crichton approaches Rimmer. Rimmer backs away because he's a pussy. The yellow goit backs away, right? It says in the script. Crichton walks towards him, and as he picks up a large blue vase and hides it behind his back. Rimmer says, Crichton, there has to be a more effective escape plan than this. He says, sir, come back. You're just delaying the inevitable. He says, I can't hurt it. I can't help it. I'm allergic to being hit. Crichton says, you won't feel a thing. I'll render you unconscious using the Ionian nerve grip. Where Rimmer then tenses up and sorry, hang on. And then he just smashes him over the head with the vase anyway. Because that's not an Ionian nerve grip. That's smashing me over the head with a vase. He says, there's no such thing as an Ionian nerve grip. Now stand still while I hit you. Picks up a platter and uses it to hit Rimmer over the head. Just as Rimmer just stands there, he's like, bonk. But unfortunately, now that Rimmer is hard light, he's virtually indestructible. But even though it can still hurt him, it doesn't actually damage him. He says, your hard light drives tougher than Vindaloo mutton. Crichton looks for another weapon, spots one and points to it, goes, this'll do the trick. Rips this heavy-looking pipe from the wall. And Rimmer goes, you can't be serious. He just keeps smashing him and goes, boom, harder, boom, harder, boom, harder. And keeps bashing him over the head.
Stop.
So stop. Oh, for God's sake, if you want a job doing properly, do it yourself. So he walks over to the wall and begins smashing his head against it while being hit in the back of the head by the pipe. And it is, of course, bang, thump, bash, thump. Rimmer shouts, stop, and Crichton hits him one more time. He says, stop, Crichton. Clearly this isn't working. He says, I'm a hard light hologram, and as such, unknockoutable. He says, I think you're right, sir. And then tries to hit him one more time. I think.
One last time.
Yes, Crichton. He says, I'm sorry, sir. I thought if I took you unawares, and then hits him again. It says, Crichton. I'm trying to think, you rubber-headed eunuch. He goes, right, I got it. Turn off my light beam. He says, I can't, sir. I can't penetrate hard light. You'll have to extract it yourself. Rimmer presses one hand to his stomach. His face twists with effort. And, he manages to make himself vanish, I think.
Yep.
There you go. So he can actually turn himself off. Interesting. Okay, so maybe Rimmer can reach inside himself. That's interesting. Whatever, anyway. Crichton turns to face Legion as the elements of Rimmer's face disappear too, and he turns into just literally a complete copy of Crichton. He says, now we're even. Legion says, I am merely you, stalemate. He says, not so. Since the only ingredients in your psyche are mine, you are now incapable of malice. And because a human life takes precedent over the life of any mechanical, you are in fact compelled to assist our safe passage to Starbuck. It says, as long as the others remain unconscious, your logic is impeccable. Lister starts to wake up. Crichton smashes his head onto the ground again one more time. He says, you take the cat, I'll take Mr. Lister. He says, in many ways, I am relieved to have shared their psyches, their neuroses, their strange drives. Returning to a limbo state of non-existence seems like promotion. And he says, one last thing. In your original incarnation, when you were composed of all those great minds, did you ever develop anything which might assist our pursuit of Red Dwarf? Yeah. So Crichton once again completely to the rescue there, bailing everybody out. They really would be fucked without Crichton at this point.
Yeah. And to answer the question, yes, we know Crichton is a conscious being because his synthetic brain.
He has slightly organic as well.
But there is an organic component to it because that has been referenced before in the show.
In DNA. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to turn him into another life form.
Yeah.
Exactly. So anyway, Crichton has installed this thing and says initiating ignition sequence. Lister says, is this going to work? He says, well, I see no reason why not, sir. All tests bear out it is indeed a fully functional star drive. If I've linked it up correctly to the bug's existing engines, we'll be able to catch up with Red Dwarf in a matter of nanoseconds. He says, yeah, but it's bound to go wrong, isn't it? He says, sir, it always does for us. Rimmer says, it always does for us every time. Cat says, he's right. There isn't a dog in hell's chance this star drive is actually going to work. Crichton says, sirs, haven't we learned over the past 2 days that if we all pull together, we can become greater than the sum of our parts? If we are of one mind and one intent, there are no boundaries to what we can achieve. This star drive is going to work. Do we believe? And they will go, we believe. He goes, do we believe? And they go, we believe. He goes, all right. And they switch it on. Star drive starts to glow and spin. As its rate of spin increases, it starts to rise higher and higher. The cables connecting it to the engines part one by one in pyrotechnic showers of sparks as the star drive takes off and flies around the engine room, finally crashing out through the hull as they are being sucked towards the gaping hole. Bang! There goes the star drive, off to crash into Red Dwarf, no doubt. As they're all being sucked out into the vacuum of space, Crichton shouts, well, we know one thing, sir. Rimmer shouts, what's that? He says, it does work.
just a great joke right at the end.
Yeah. And there we go. The end. Yeah, great episode. Again, one of the unsung ones. Very consequential though, because they learn a lot. And of course, Rimmer gets his hardware drive, without which the next episode would be impossible. Because if Rimmer couldn't physically wear a headset, he wouldn't be able to go into a virtual world.
Right, and this is also the first time that they have really actually, because this, I'm assuming this entire season, the next 2 seasons are this arc of the Odyssey. So, but when you watch this episode, it is completely established that yes, they are now going sequentially and building off of the last thing, which is really a first.
That's right. Yeah. And the next episode we have is a real treat. The next episode is an award winner. It is the widely considered other greatest episode of Red Dwarf, Gunman of the Apocalypse. The Western episode.
It is superb.
It is superb. It's one of the funniest bits of television you could ever see. And it's very clever too. So look forward to that. But for now, that is it for Red Dwarf.
Yeah.
Final thoughts, anybody?
Well, you mentioned superb, and we did hit 50. So, but that would be the full conclusion after. I know.
This episode, I think it was intended to have the physical humor, the slap, because the part when Crichton hits Rimmer is like watching either Looney Tunes or Tom and Jerry subsequence like that, and it's amazing because it's entirely pure physical humor that I think they wanted to do for a while.
Yeah,
and also again, I'm saying this again. This show is getting more and more serious, like more and more great stuff happening. Like Crichton completely to the rescue, I agree. And he's thinking of these things, and the way he tricked actually Legion into helping them is amazing. And actually, it kind of ties to the Psirens, because they also read your psyche in a bit, but they manipulate that psyche where he's acting upon what he reads. It's amazing. It's a great thing to have a similar concept done twice in a row from a completely different angle, and in both times it looks unique. It's amazing. That's mastery.
Yeah.
And to have it 2 times in a row, like one after the other, that's the bigger mastery, because you already had one. You didn't have time to wind down from the like the psycho stuff, the mental stuff. Okay, we're having another creature entity that is reading off their psyche, enacting upon it. So, but they're going in a completely different directions. Like, still feels unique, amazing. Like, that is how it used to be done, folks.
That's how it used to be. You know it. It used to be so good, and now it's utter shite.
Yep.
Well, I mean, this is what we've kind of got now for the next many episodes across Series 6 and Series 7. Like the whole trying to find the Red Dwarf thing, and it's just banger after banger after banger. Like, a lot of people like aren't such a big fan of Series 7. I think it's really, really good. And like particularly the opener, I'm really looking forward to the opener for that as well. But of course, we've got Gunman of the Apocalypse next week, which is
we've got a good few weeks ahead of us. We've got some real pinnacle shit for the next
good several weeks ahead of us. Personally, I'm quite a big fan of Series 8 as well. So
Series 8 is much better than people give it credit for. It's a bit of a return to the classic, but also includes a lot that they learned along the way. So there you go. Yeah, great stuff. I'm looking forward to it. And next week I'm definitely looking forward to, because Gunman of the Apocalypse, and then Emo Hawk, Polymorph 2.
Shit, yeah.
The return of the polymorph. So there we go. Well, not the return of the polymorph, it's another polymorph. But, there we go. What's going on, John? You're just looking straight into the camera there.
I thought maybe there might be a fucking fly or something. Yeah, getting ready to walk.
All right, okay. Cool. All right. Excuse me. All right. Do you have to, Helzo, are you still with us, or do you have to leave, or what's up?
I still have a bit of time.
Okay.
I don't get my face clawed out before that, but yeah.
There's your kitty.
Like, it's like it's been like this throughout the last 24 hours. They're all clinging to me or my wife for some reason. They're very cuddly. I don't know why. Maybe it's because it's getting colder.
Probably that, or it could be like they sense a change of time or something. I don't fucking weird one. Anyway, cool. All right. Well, we'll continue into Jackbox then. Well done. But before that, of course, thank you very much for filling the bar halfway. So here's the reward.
I've seen your heart across the screen, every cheer, every dream in between. You stayed up late, you pressed restart, you level up right off the chart. I'll show you something good tonight, a little shimmer in the neon light. You gave your time, your touch, your mood, so now I'll show you something good. From velvet skin to crimson eyes, I'm your reward, your sweet surprise. You've been faithful, brave and true. Now I'll show all my thanks to you. A flicker, a glance, a dangerous grin, a promise to let the fantasy in. Your dreams have fed our mystic mind, so take a hand into the light. We'll show you something not just pixels in the light. You believed, you fought, you stood. Now we'll show you something good. No cheat codes, no hidden key, just pure affection. Faithfully, our hearts are yours. You understood. Now come and see. Something good. Something good.
I don't need a cane. I'm quite good with this. This is better.
He has his own.
That's right. That's right. That's right. I can easily
Why would he need a
stand right
cane
now.
when you've just given him a third leg?
Exactly.
Tripod.
I am able to stand at attention.
He's
Jesus
like one of the
Christ.
alien ships in War of the Worlds.
And there it is. There it is. Thank you, guys. All right. I'll get Jackbox fired up in a second, but I'm just going to go check on everybody.
I'm going to shoot this link over to Toast.
Cool. I'll take a second just to go make sure everybody in the house is okay, and I'll be right back. We'll get this thing going.
Indeed.
All right. Cool.
Sweet.
All right.
Nice.
Some silly ass Discord stuff.
By the way, John, are you changing time in the US sometimes?
I don't know, some point. I
'Cause
mean, I'm
that-
not changing it, but it will probably change, you know.
Yeah, like I mean, does it happen? Yeah, because I don't know. This whole thing was supposed to end in 2021.
I know that there are certain states that are abandoning it. I can't remember. I think this one might be. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because in Europe they were supposed to be like in 2019 it was kind of voted to have a final vote and ended in 2021, but then a particular thing happened that closed off the entire world, and it never got to that. And just now, like countries like Spain are kind of pushing that again to just end that time change because it's idiotic in the first place.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. There is a time change scheduled. I think next week. I think it's November, early November. But yeah, it's around the corner. I can't recall though if it's actually going to happen or not. But it will be the fall back. So if that's the case, then it will be an hour later for me. So that's not going to be an issue. It'll be kind of nice. Yeah. And there she is. What up, Toasty? How's your morning starting out?
Hi, guys. Busy already.
Indeed.
Nice.
Getting all prepped and ready for tonight's cosplay.
Yeah.
Yes. Indeed.
I got to get a wig cap. I got to get some stuff.
Right. Yeah, I think. Well, I don't know.
I know you're bald. Like, why do you need a wig cap? Because the wigs, like the little fake hairs and material, it makes my head itch. So I need like a protection.
You need a medium of some form, so it's not so abrasive. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, no, I guess I sat in this chair for the majority of an entire day yesterday. I haven't had a chance to run over to the store just yet, so I'm going to do that as soon as we finish up here, and hopefully I will be able to find said bathrobe and whatnot. But if I don't get the bathrobe acquired for tonight, we will be doing a Halloween stream on Halloween, I imagine, on Friday this coming week ahead. So
completely forgot Halloween is coming.
Yeah, so we've got not just the cosplay stream this week, but there will be a Halloween costume stream on Toasty's channel.
Sweet.
Yes. Did you get to see the boobas, Toasty, before you popped in?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not the only one who likes to goon around here, so you know.
Who's the other one?
Toasty, of course.
I mean, you should even see my wallpaper. I mean, it's on X if you guys want to see it. My computer wallpaper.
I'm more of a save it up kind of guy.
Indeed. Well, I mean, to be
never
fair,
know when
though,
me and the wife get like a half hour to ourselves, you know.
Right. Although, you know, you are in the process of making your own basketball team, baseball team.
I tell you what, is damn difficult when you spend half your day playing with AI clips of beautiful women playing with themselves. But there you go.
Will's gonna have number 3 on the way soon enough.
Fuck no. No. Not allowed. I'm banned from fertilizing until I can afford a larger car.
Indeed. Yeah. All right, everyone, you hear that? Will needs your donations now more than ever.
Yeah, please help me get a down payment on a much better car, and then I can create another person for you guys to cheer. So there we go. That is. I'm
You
not
need a
joking,
little
that
prince
is-
of the fan.
I would like a prince this time. That would be nice. Yeah, I would. Though I don't know what I can do to try and tip the scales in that favor, but I'd be willing to clean out and start over and take any supplements that might affect it. I don't know.
Right.
But
I'm the opposite. I need a princess. I got 2 boys already.
There we go. Yeah. Well,
before we get started, while we're in the midst of transition,
It's a good thing you live in a modern world, because
one
in
more
the
to that.
ancient world, you just swap them.
Yeah, I'll rest really quick before we get into the games. We'll be right back.
That's a good point, actually. I need to quickly grab my tablet. I'll be right.
There you go.
Oh, hello, Tasty. How you doing?
Hi, Rhoda. I'm alright.
Oh god.
Been having a lot of neck pain. Something tells me I have a pinched nerve on my neck or something. I gotta get that checked out, or maybe arthritis. I don't know, one of those two, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Arthritis. Aren't you a little young?
So a lot of autoimmune diseases runs in my mother's side.
Oh, yeah.
So all of my cousins and we have autoimmune diseases, and like one of my cousin, the youngest one, when she was 6, she was diagnosed with arthritis. And all of us have like some type of thyroid disease, which I do too.
No.
Yeah, if everyone on my dad's side of the family, including me, gets like arthritic conditions like since teenage years. So that's quite annoying. Especially when you're trying to be a guitarist.
Yeah. Okay, guys.
At least you have an excuse.
I have put a code.
All right.
That sucks about the autoimmune thing. I don't know what runs in my family. No one in my family has for at least the last 2 generations died of anything other than self-inflicted stupidity. So I don't know. No idea. I guess hopefully
we get sick early and we die early.
Well, that's
crazy.
My maternal grandmother beat cancer twice, but then just up and died of a stroke.
Yeah, I mean, my mum died of complications from her own vices that were exacerbated by the lockdown. And then my dad ended up, just getting done in by his own. Well, if he wasn't stumbling around in the dark looking for whiskey, he wouldn't have fallen on his fucking ass and broken his hip, So, there you go. Anyway, here's what it is. Nothing I can do about it at this point. Right, chat, are you ready? We have 4 out of the 5 of us are already in.
Yep, I'm getting there.
We are waiting. We got an interesting code, and you can make all the jokes you want, really. As the screen goes up now, the letters are N, B, J, O.
Yep.
There you go. I'm sure you can all figure out what kind of jokes can be made out of that. Oh, way. All right, here we go. We got J Viper, Swedish Christian, and St. Hugo straight in. Let's get going.
No delays.
A little bit of Quiplash to start us off.
J Viper has a hot ass wife. I'm gonna just say, because to that picture of their costumes, I said, "Wow, your wife looks amazing. She's hot." And I was like, "Well, you look okay too, Jay." Anyways,
we had a chat about it yesterday on the stream.
Yeah. J Viper is
one guy who punched wildly above his weight to another. In terms of the looks, I'm very, very lucky to have a very beautiful wife too. So there you go. Maybe one day I'll show you guys a picture.
Aww.
Although she's in a video on the channel, a short on our wedding day. I don't know if that's still public though. I might have put it on members only or something, just to stop it from getting out there too much.
Right.
Not that anyone would ever be able to find my wife. We're not even like acknowledged as a couple on Facebook. You know?
Jesus Christ! Freaking kid.
What is that noise?
I'm not quite sure.
I don't know. It's like the noise that I heard at the beginning, but came back once for a few seconds. But the other two times I've only heard it when you've been off screen.
Yeah, that's weird.
All right, we got a minute just under.
Yep.
God, fuck it. I can't think of anything on that one. Let's see it.
Shit. There we go. Fuck. 1 second.
Yeah. Jesus. Man. That first one just. Yeah.
Yeah, the first one got me a little bit too. It was difficult.
Yeah.
Trying to find the right phrasing. A surprising thing to find caught in the spider web in your basement. One of my dildos. Or a very tiny iPhone suited for 8 times input. Yeah, that would be weird. A spider phone.
Right.
What would spiders talk about? Stay away from my fucking web. The web, yeah. That would be a sad thing to find in a spider web, though. A dildo. You know a restaurant is bad when the waiter says, "Today's special locally catched red meat," and okay, LOL. Rat meat. Wow.
Yeah. Here's your complimentary barf bag.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
Boom.
Well,
it's a quiplash. A super quiplash.
Nice.
Right. The best name for a rideshare company to stand out from competitors: Silent Ride or Dump Truck Sharing. Fucking hell. Bad joke time.
Yeah.
Now you go ahead. Ping us it. I'll read it out.
Yeah, I was just it was taking so much time. It's like I thought of a few things, and I was like, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna do the safety."
Oh, you did the safety, right?
Yeah, because there was like only 10 seconds left, and I was like, I gotta figure out something for the second question here, and I haven't even looked at it. So
nothing can stop the Terminator. Well, nothing except an Alyssa toilet selfie, self-destruct, or a hot piece of ass. Going for the ass rule from yesterday.
Indeed.
A good man is hard to locate in a crowded theater or kill. Yeah.
I said it was under 10 seconds. I was just like, oh shit, I have no time. I have to put in something quick and easy.
There you go. weird thing for a dentist to say while you're in the chair. Mouths are disgusting if you think about it. Relax, Brian. You've only got a 45% kill rate. Relax, Brian. You've only got a 45% kill rate. There we go. Very good. A scrapbook nobody wants to see would be devoted to the adventures of Palestine activists or Alyssa's toilet selfies.
Oh.
Yeah. There we go.
I believe those are one and the same.
There it is. Just literally had to put Alyssa's toilet selfies twice as an answer. So, a fun nickname for the worst kid on a sports team: Twatty McTwatface or Flip Flop. Twatty McTwatface. It sounds like what the other kids would definitely call the worst kid. Definitely. St. Hugo says, ass is so yesterday. Twatty McTwatface.
He's a Bodie McBoatface. This is the internet.
All right. Swedish Christian is winning. Congratulations. Round 2. Right.
Give me a question.
See what I did there? All right. Let's have a look at what we've got this time. Load, you bitch. Hello? Man. Fucking waste 10 seconds of my life. God damn, it's taking me way too long to write. All right.
I ran out of time. He said I was going to try to get a joke in.
Yeah, I had no time for the second one, so I just had to write something really, really simple.
Yeah.
There's limited space in the bomb shelter, but Will of the Fans insisted on bringing all big titty hot Filipinas. The fucking tunes, man.
There's only one answer. There's only one answer to that.
To be fair, there ain't that many Filipinas with big tits, but they do exist.
Yep.
They do. And the ones that marry rich guys all end up getting implants anyway, so. The street name for chewable vitamin C, lemon stew, or wellness. What? The street name for chewable vitamin C. This is a far too nice a question for us.
Yep.
Yellows. Yeah. Lemon stew. Okay. There we go.
Citrus Highway?
That would be good. Yeah.
And that's
the
what I
biggest
refer
reason
to.
the world will be better in 100 years. No more Makante, no Hassan, no Alyssa. Oh, well, there you go.
You gotta have the two for
Double
one.
whammy.
2 for 1.
That's a 2-for-1 special on that one. I did not factor in
Did not factor in the viability of hating Hassan too.
of a combo. Yep,
There you go.
There you go, Jay.
That's why Jay Viper is where he is.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you can take out both of them.
Yep.
What Santa Claus does on December 26th.
It's shit.
Looks at his new selfies in Mother's lingerie. Drugs. So much drugs.
I imagine he takes a massive shit from all those mince pies.
Probably, yeah. Well, unless he's dropping the kids off in other people's toilets, you know. I mean, if he's taking selfies in people's underwear, then, you know.
I suppose there might be a few
well.
people that lay out a few, like, you know, here's a J for Santa, and, you know, along with a cookie and whatnot.
Something you never want to hear shouted from a restaurant kitchen. Ratatouille is in the pot of soup. Or, I told you don't pee in the fryer. Okay, who swapped the salt?
I don't
with
know how to
anthrax?
spell his name. I guessed it. I don't know how to spell his fucking name.
Ratatouille?
Yeah, I don't know how to spell it.
I think you just added one extra I before the E. And that's the, otherwise it's correct, yeah. Pretty sure. The landmark Supreme Court decision of 2045. My wife versus rising sea levels. Or the great tampon shortage of 2044. This is being really slow. It won't let me vote. Why won't it let me vote? I didn't write any of these. Oh well. That was weird. I'm gonna fucking refresh this bastard. It's being gay. Oh well. I promise not to tell anybody, but seriously, what would you kill for? The lols, I guess. Or 50 mil. Sure.
I was gonna add in, are you free tonight? But you know, right. No, like I said, I ran out of time because it's just like, oh shit.
I just went straight honest, you know. Nice split. Oh, you got it. In the Renaissance, Bob Ross's nickname would have been Roberto de Rosario de la Boucher, or Happy Accent.
Roberto
de Rosario de la Boucher.
Rosario.
It's pretty funny. I didn't even think like the Italian, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Happy Accident. Right. Oops. Sometimes you can figure it out, sometimes you can't. If I can figure it out, I always try to read it so that, like, you know, to ignore spelling mistakes and stuff. But sometimes there's just too many, like, I'm just not sure. I don't know why I didn't realize that was supposed to be accident. Kind of retarded, really. Oh, well. All right, it's Thriplash, my friends. 90 seconds, 90 characters, 3 answers, 1 question. Get on with it. We don't need to be told this all the time, Schmitty, you fuck. Right. Oh, God. Hmm. There we go. Four, three, two, one. Submit now.
Ah, god damn it!
Or forever hold your pieces.
I almost finished the word, but you should be able to.
Only available at the finest of hotels.
You should be able to figure out.
Magic candy on pillow, room cervix 24/7/69, slow dispose. I don't know. Complimentary hookers and blow, dead hooker cleanup service, and solid alibi. Alibi, I guess.
Yes.
Ooh. So it's all drugs, sex, and dead bodies, basically. Yeah.
As per usual.
Well, you got a quiplash, not a super quiplash, but quiplash.
All right. It's all right.
Well done. The 3 things in your happy place: big tits, I mean huge boobs, massive Gahana ladonkas, or chocolate, hot men and women slaves, Merc and Piker in a shock collar. Massive Dahonka Bankaloos.
That's right.
Real Tarnhonger Cougars. Bosh. Huge boobs. There it is. 3 things the worst couple you know always brings to dinner parties. The gimp Tony who pisses everywhere, 18 kilos of heroin, and their best clips of Macante. Or their kids' home drama and cheap Portuguese equivalent of.
I ran out of space. That was supposed to say Rioja.
Oh. Gimp Tony. Fucking Tony.
Fucking Tony.
Stop pissing everywhere, Tony. Yes, mistress.
Plant pot, not a urinal.
I don't want to watch any more clips of Macante. The 3 things that probably won't exist in 20 years. Clapping cheeks. What? My nerves. Capture security checks. Activists, comedy, and masculine men. That's bleak. Both of these are fucking bleak. I'll exist in 20 years, so there will be at least one masculine man. If I don't exist in 20 years, avenge me! Clapping cheeks.
I have a hard time. I mean,
you have a hard time
with these answers. It's just like what am I?
Both depressing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's just I couldn't bring myself to an answer. You know.
There you go. Roadkill 101 says, I'm voting way before the stream is happening. Very odd. Well, yeah.
Hey, it went from second to last to second. That's
because the prompt will come up.
I went the other way around.
10-second delay for the stream.
Yeah, me too. Me too, man.
I was second.
There we go. All right.
Most
new
improved.
players. Let's do another one. New code. Just because it's fair.
Indeed.
Okay. Okay. Code in chat now. No prizes for guessing it.
Have we got anything good this time? Ha! Yes, I see what you did there.
Mm-hmm. All right, sharing on the screen. 3, 2, 1. The code is prize, PRYZ. And there you go. Dig in the tunes.
Yeah, in 1 second, you guys.
Hey, there we go.
Nice.
Wait, are we starting or are we waiting for Toasty? She says she...
Give her a second.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know, you can still
We
get
will.
in on the audience to sway.
You can still get in on the audience, and you can still fill up the other half of this red bar and get more booby goonies.
Indeed.
Yeah, even better.
Spooky
Halloween-
booties.
Spooky, fake lesbian make-out session boobies. And spooky goth huge. You know that the goth chick who's like got no eyes is Sydney Sweeney, just gothed up.
I was kind of. Yeah, all right.
Goth Sydney Sweeney. That's it. All right, let's start.
Zombie Sweeney.
Zombie Sweeney. There we go. Or Morticia Sweeney. Or Elvira Sweeney. Elvini.
Elvini's nice.
All right.
Let's go. Spooky Sweeney.
I think I've ever said the word Sweeney so many times in my life. All right. Points are tied to the percentage of the vote you receive. Democracy. All right, here we go. All right. Six seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Get in now.
Yeah.
Fucking finger! God damn it!
God damn it! God damn it! Damn it!
The slowest draw in the West. Billy the limp wanker or slow mofo. Ah, if that was me, I totally would have put Flid.
Yeah. Exactly right.
Flid. A Flid is a thalidomide baby. You know, where they're born with like deformed arms.
Mm-hmm.
It's horrible, but it's quiplash, you know.
Yeah.
We used to call everybody a Flid in school until we found out what it meant. Then we all stopped. If your childhood toys came to life, they would probably say,
"Oh,
stop playing with yourself and play with me, please, not the sphincter again." Stop it, Alyssa. I'm not gay.
I just remembered the Meat Canyon episode of Toy Story.
The worst part is like, are you doing something to the toys sphincter, or are you putting them in your sphincter?
I think I think that's the implication, is that they're getting stuff up someone's ass.
Oh.
It was.
Did you know that Jay Viper founded the Blank Club in high school? Snakes are friends, not food, or I'll be married to a future hot wife. I didn't know that club existed, but I would have had the British chapter.
To be fair, you probably get some hot chicks to join the Hot Wife Club.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's,
Modern pirates don't steal treasure, they steal the virginities of busty young maidens. Or they steal bananas.
That is so multi-directional.
Yeah.
I mean, pirates. I would have been like, they steal media. Yeah.
What the fuck? How the fuck
online
busty
pirates.
young maidens lose? The fuck's wrong with you people?
I was
But
there
that's
for
what
it.
I'm saying, because they fucked me over last game.
The best name for a local news weather person, Stormy Titswell or Summer Sandy. Oh mate, it just reminds me of the woman from Sunny in Philadelphia, the weather girl, the news anchor rather. What's his fucking name?
There
Oof.
it is. There's Jay coming out of the booth.
He got all the votes.
Yep. The full load.
Tylenol the Kid is the slowest child in the West. Quick, how do you ruin a romantic picnic? Dingleberry and blue waffle salad. Show me a picture of Merc Batu.
That was me. It was my fat fingers. Damn it.
I pictured that.
And that is self in the bathroom.
I've seen that account on Hypnocast, I think. Yeah.
John knew that was me because of the spelling.
It's a great picture. If they made a candle of your life, it would smell like desperation and cum stains or computer parts and pussy. There you go.
If I'm correct, I'll know exactly which two people wrote those. Let's see. Actually, okay, I got... Okay, 50-50.
Edged it out. Will, way to go.
Edged, literally.
Yes.
Solar and wind will be a joke once we harness the power of cringe. Oh, blow.
Hey,
In this day and age, mate, cringe-powered
wrong.
cars. Can you imagine? They're all Jaguars.
I mean, our planet will light up like a supernova if you harness the power of cringe.
That was a good one, Rhoda.
Indeed.
Nice. Nice.
Harness the power of cringe.
The power of cringe.
If only there was a way.
That's gonna put a
The
lot
Democrats
of
would
people
fix
into a
their
very
own
active
fucking...
job.
The Democrats would never, ever whine about global warming ever again because they would be able to provide an infinite solution to it.
God damn.
Just literally hook Harry Sisson up to the generator and we're all flying to Mars like for a $5. Hourly flights to Mars now. Yeah.
The power of cringe, you won't get no men. Hey, this is a difficult one. Okay, that's shit. Hopefully the next one's better.
There we go. $14 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
No, the counting does not help.
1.
The counting does not help.
No, sweet Christ.
So you're gonna try and type like, I can't concentrate counting in my head.
What usually stops boomerangs from returning? It hitting and killing your sister. Fuck. Mispronunciation, which is actually spelt wrong. They've written it as mispronunciation, which is probably the cruelest joke in English. Because to properly pronounce mispronunciation, you don't want the second O. Nonetheless, it's a quiplash for Rhoda. Killing it today.
Hooray.
I'm a little tired and worn out. My answers are not as good as they usually are.
No,
but that's cool. I don't give a shit. What you never want to hear after the words "don't worry." Plenty of men get their dicks removed and live. Spelled wrong. And I was a very feminine man before operating. Good lord. What the fuck? With just two crazy tranny answers. What the shit? Alright. Boom.
But at least with mine, you know, it was implied that it was some kind of accident. I mean...
Objection, Your Honor. The defense counsel is clearly blank the witness. Fucking. Or a hooker. That doesn't make grammatical sense, but okay. It's clearly fucking the witness. What, in the courtroom?
Sometimes.
Maybe.
Genesis. I mean, you could have put soliciting the witness, because isn't that, you know, like, right?
Well done, Derek.
You know, aren't they solicitors over in the UK, right?
Fill the bar, guys. Let's see some more teddies. The opposite of music. 9 Inch Nails, or Alyssa's voice.
Ah, come on.
What the fuck?
Don't put that. Don't put that.
What?
I mean, I get it.
I mean,
wait, but early 9 Inch Nails is actually good.
That is straight up bullshit.
And that's why Toasty gets a... Is it? Wait, isn't it a quick
Almost. No, there's...
Your bathroom isn't dirty, but it has started growing.
There's gonna be...
Dicks! This is why Toasty is in here 24/7. Or Mercante yeast cultures. Ugh!
Yeesh.
Yeah, fuck 9 Inch Nails. I like rock. And that's not it.
Everybody has the right to their own opinion.
I don't care. Everyone's entitled to a hot take every now and then.
Oh,
some people like fucking Beyonce.
I think most people would like fucking Beyonce.
No, thank you. The worst thing to hear after saying I love you. You're such a good toy. Oh, hashtag me too. Oh no.
I mean, I can only say that Will certainly does not like 9 Inch Nails if he thinks that they're not rock, because you probably only heard just closer.
I'm kidding. I'm just playing. I wrote it as a troll post. I don't care. I've never even heard enough 9 Inch Nails to know the difference.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like that's why I say if they're not rock. That's why I'm saying you haven't heard that much of it.
You fire them up.
I
was just shit posting, just trying to get a rise out of people, but everybody turned into a bunch of fucking snowflakes instead of just going along with it. People would pay good money to see historical footage of Alyssa and Hassan in a shock collar, or historical footage of when I fucked Sydney Sweeney with a GoPro on.
I mean,
like if
you
see a GoPro, then I would say
well. I mean, I suppose you might see her belly.
Wow, people hate Alyssa and Hassan more than Sydney. They love Sydney Sweeney. Wow, maybe we really are toxic.
How true you.
I don't know. I don't really like straight sound like that.
Okay.
Well, there you go. The most scandalous sentence in your dream journal. I don't have any friends. Toasty wins by default. There we go. banger. This tune is a banger.
Hello.
Hey, well done, Rhoda.
Now watch me throw it all away.
I threw it on the ground.
I remember that song.
Yeah. Dumbass Lonely Island stuff, man. They were amazing for like 1 year, and then they kind of petered out. Like the joke was over. The whole fake rap thing wasn't really.
I liked the one about that they did about the Mona Lisa.
There we go.
Yeah,
10 seconds, guys. Okay.
Indeed, indeed.
You had it all and you threw it all away.
Yeah.
3 other places to shout, I object, besides a courtroom. A bank robbery, during a and a dance battle, or Alyssa's sex dungeon, Hassan's dog torture chamber, Smash JT's 50th boss attempt.
Damn. Shots drawn. Shots.
Vote now.
So, yeah, I knew who wrote that. Like it was all.
Boom! Super Griplash. There you go. 3 things that will happen on the best day of your life. Hassan gets shocked, Alyssa gets McCunted, 3 hookers and blow. Hassan Shockathon stream, Alyssa apologizing to Smash JT, sexy blue aliens arrive. Very similar.
Do they have hookers and blow?
Yes.
I mean, to be fair, you probably won't need hookers and blow if you've got those things happening. Hive mind.
Hive mind. Whoa.
Oof. Griplash.
I'm happy with it.
Good for you, man.
I guess more people want to get probed than, you know.
You know you're about to have a bad day on Twitter if you see these 3 hashtags. Alyssa's pussy, Alyssa's ass, Hassan's sex dungeon. Sold to BlackRock, Hassan new CEO of Twitch, woke as one. Fuck. Oh, mate. Woke as one. As if you'd ever see that hashtag. Even if it did happen.
I mean, most things get sold to BlackRock, unfortunately, already. Or just get hostile takeover, even if they don't want to.
Oh yeah, I did see a clip of Hypno catching Alyssa watching the show. Yeah, yeah. I had a power cut and I couldn't make it. It was fucking annoying. I overslept too because my alarm didn't go off because it was under the bed. Okay, sorry. 3 things to put on your wall to show how manly you are: tools, photos of nude hot women, a essay offender's head, and cum stains your enemy's head, and picture of you getting head. Fucking hell, man! There's so much head in that.
Right?
tools and not nude women. Yeah, such a stereotype. That it? Yep.
I think so.
There we go.
And I think Toshi's gonna slay me now. Yeah.
Toasty's got it. Disgusting next, and I ended up in third from second last, so that's pretty good.
Nice.
Congratulations, Toasty, who always says she's not good at this.
I'm not good at it.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's draw. Let's draw.
Alright,
No one's here
guys,
to complain
I'll need
about
to
it.
jump off.
Oh, okay, mate. Would you like to do an
Thank
outro?
you very much for having me. Yeah, just a quick one. I'm on my PTO, so you can expect a bit more content from me on both my channels. So discussing music. That's pretty much it. I don't know what I'm gonna do exactly, but it's gonna be more. Can't think about it right now. Thank you very much for having me. It was great 2 episodes.
No, pleasure, mate.
Great time and a great Jackbox stream. Have fun drawing, and I'll see you guys soon.
Cheers, mate. Take care of yourself. Have a good one. Boys from the dwarf, yeah. Boys of the fans. There you go.
That's right. That's right. And Toasty's our Holly, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah.
Toasty, open the cargo bay doors, please. Don't worry, it's a Red Dwarf thing. Okay,
It's fine. It's not even an insult. It's not even a funny insult.
no, it's not even an insult. It's just literally, it's more of an insult to the writing of Holly than anyone else.
That's right.
Okay, code's in the chat. In the private chat.
Yeah,
Sorry about the puppies.
that's all right.
Some
It's
people
okay,
make a
we've seen
career
them
out of that. Yeah. If we get Garfield, we'll see a
I
lot.
was going to say, generally, people are thankful for your puppies, Toasty.
Yeah.
That's usually takes money to unlock.
Yeah. Speaking of which, fill up the bar, guys. Oops, this is Quiplash again. I didn't mean to do that.
Oh.
Stupid. We'll have to
Shall we
start
just go
again.
with it anyway? No? Okay.
Oops, already too late.
Puppies are alive.
I already killed it, so sorry. Just me being a retard. We don't have a hell of a lot of time, so if you don't want to draw, we could do Survive the Internet to the 5-hour mark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm happy with whatever.
And we are, what, halfway to doing this again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Fill the bars, ladies and germs.
Yeah, we got, what, half an hour left, so...
Yeah, that's about all the time I have.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm gonna have to
starving.
go outside to get some stuff.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
We hit 1,000 on Rumble.
Say what now?
I hit 1,000 on Rumble.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Yeah.
nice. Congratulations.
Yes.
Is that subs?
Yeah.
Hey, that's not even what
That's
it was.
part of the reason because I had mentioned it yesterday. That was part of the reason why that was part of the reason why I was in the chair for so long yesterday, is because we did a celebration stream, and then after that was some conversational stuff, and then I had to do a thumbnail art, and then I popped into here, and then I did my stream, and I came back.
Yeah.
And then Rhoda wanted to hang out and talk for a little bit.
Yeah.
For so long yesterday.
Come on, Will, you flid. Oh no. No, don't do that. That's asshole move. Alright, share this. KGFC. Get in here.
Kentucky Goon Fried Chicken.
Kentucky Goon Fried Cucks. Let's get some subs for Jackboxing
or
tomorrow.
Kentucky Goon Filled Chicks.
Jesus Christ. Kentucky gay fucks children. Kamala.
Kamala
Okay.
Gimps for cucks.
Yeah. There you go. KamalaGoonfest.com. All right, let's start.
Okay.
I'm going to miss Windows 10 when I'm inevitably forced to upgrade to Windows.
Oh
11.
well, avoid it as long as you can. I upgraded
I mean,
to
if I
Windows
don't-
11. It's a piece of shit.
Yeah, I know. My
Yeah,
wife has
yeah,
Windows
yeah.
11 and it sucks.
I could
Okay,
find
guys, the first round is a storefront. So after you write your silly comment, you're going to have to come up with a product name, I think. All right, here we go. There we go. Use as many words as you can in your answers to the original comments. It does help, I find, to at least make a proper sentence.
Yeah, I forgot what game you were playing before I pressed send.
All good.
I still think it's going to work.
All right, guys. Okay, yes, you have to come up with a name for a product. A product that you might find on sale on like Amazon or something. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Dehydrated water caps. Just add water to activate. What's the point? It's like chewing without swallowing. Fucking without gumming. Tylenol. Soft and plushy like laying on a cloud. Okay. Luxury blow-up Sydney Sweeney interactive sex doll. Tent. Only works if you understand a boner making a tent in your pants. Starbucks coffee tastes like pretentiousness and overpriced burnt bullshit from Seattle. Accurate. Umbrella
was-
helmet for acids. Rain doesn't burn. Okay. Valtrex herpes medication. Old, cozy, and beautiful. Ugh. All right. God of War life-size plush hidden hole. Wow. King-size sleeper. Oh. 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 God of War. Chaz pirates with cardboard signs for Greta. About a bland of boring slice of air. There we go, ladies and gents.
The oddly enough, Starbucks was indeed
5
prompt for that answer that was given.
I bet I thought that when I read it. I bet that's just the same thing that the original prompt said. Yeah.
Yep.
That happens quite a lot here.
Yep. Because I mean, that's what everybody thinks of Starbucks coffee. Even when you live in Seattle, it's like the worst fuck of coffee to get.
Hey, all right. Well, there we go. I did a good job of turning a one-word answer into something's popular. Okay, good. Sydney Sweeney was an easy, it's a ringer, isn't it? I'd ring her. Job network. Okay, this time after you do your comment, you have to put a person's name in the second part. Okay? Okay. Fuck. Now, let's see. Can we get something to one of these bars? Towards boobies or more Jackbox?
Fill up the bar, you guys. Come on, fill it up. Come on, dude, fill me up. Da, da, na, 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 na.
There it is. Beautiful. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Finish. I was too fast. Okay, now you have to write a person who the comment is a bad endorsement for. Fuck, I don't know. I don't fucking know.
I should have done that. Oh well.
There we go. It's really hard when there's an answer that's like really obviously pointing you in one direction. You have to go with something else, but then that one thing is all you can think about. Okay. Adolf Hitler, a right bastard who makes troll posts and memes of his enemies hilariously. Toasty recommends Alyssa after 40 months of rehabilitation at the zoo. Bold, smart, and extremely powerful. Rhoda recommends Toasty. Long brown hair, vodka. Okay.
I don't know what the fuck.
John recommends Amber Turd. Spastic, gassy, and whorish. That's great.
That one is.
So Mexican. Dylan Mulvaney knows where his meatballs came from. Sweet Christ recommends Misty. Short temper but great legs. Is that from Pokemon?
Mm-hmm.
She's 10. Derek recommends Taylor Swift. Nearly perfect in every way.
Where? To be fair, she was 10, 20 years ago. You know?
Fair enough. Vivi recommends Karl Marx, a man in red and white that has a big sack. It's really got to be that one. Rufus Grimm. Been driving my dad around town. We got Bagel. Stopped in to say hi. Hi!
Hey, how we doing?
Apologies, you missed the first round of boobers, but we could still get more. If in the next 20 minutes. 3, 2, 1, vote.
Nice.
Boom. Noel Kerins for €10.
Drop it.
All right, thank you. He says, because Toasty said so. Thank you very much for the €10, buddy.
Indeed.
By the way, this round is internet forum, so you have to write a comment and then you have to write the post above the comment. Noel Kerins, you legend. Appreciate you for that. Very helpful.
Oh, God. You'll take
And thank you, Toasty, for saying do it. All right. Okay, so now you have to ask a question that the comment is answering.
Let's fill the bar up, you guys. And they're too busy answering the questions, and I'm already done, so I'm gonna help go out.
Great cheerleader.
MONEY. What does that spell?
Tits.
Cha-ching.
Thank you, Toasty.
Fill the B.
I need to turn down my. Yeah, I gotta turn this down. Everybody's too loud in my headphones.
7 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Jen sends a membership. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. What inspirational phrase do you live by? They're really all the same. Someone gets scared and either dies or doesn't die. Meh. I still wear a poppy for mine. Heroes. Oh, that's nice. Want to play Dungeons and Dragons? Quiff, money, power, bitches. Peace. Nice. Do you have an extra tampon? I'm no LeBron James. What? Why she exist? Ask any of her fans if they can remember any of Taylor's lyrics. Because like that one was backwards. Has anyone actually ever used chloroform, and why? When you want to have one night stands. Hitler's eulogy. Here lies a man devoted to God. Hey, we got some good ones here. Who would qualify? A good way to get laid while proving you got brains. There we go.
But what's a poppy?
A poppy is a flower. A red flower with a black center that people wear in the UK on Remembrance Day.
Yeah, my answer must not have actually gone in because that was like a safety type answer that got put there. But
yeah, on the 11th of November, on the 11/11, we have our Remembrance Day, Armistice Day. 3 seconds to vote, and people wear poppies for pretty much the whole month of November in the UK. It also is the flower that creates all the opioids, so coke, heroin, morphine. But yeah, in the UK, pretty much any time in November, you can drop £1 into a charity box and receive like a paper poppy that you put in your lapel. Everyone on TV will be wearing them all month. All right, we're at the photo sharing round already, guys. Well done. Time to throw each other right under the bus. No question. Choose one of the two. Okay. Oh my god. Poppy is opium. Coca is cocaine. All right, yeah, sorry. Coke is not an opiate. Yeah, of course not. James up for $2 correcting me there. Thank you. But yeah, heroin, morphine, all that.
Yeah.
Five seconds. 3, 2, 1. Will the fans with the stake, and I took the road less traveled. Okay. Toasty with a ferret. My new friend makes an amazing butt plug. Jesus Christ. RadART. Colorblind trans rally. Pretty good. John with a salad. Not enough vegans to make this satisfying. Is that feta? No, it's blue cheese. Snow Mexican with an engagement ring. Got the ring pull stuck on my finger. Lucky the barkeep had lube. Okay. Sweet Christ. You should see the other guy with rollerblades. Okay. You are technically correct. The best type of correct, James Up. Derek, what a beautiful way to get rid of the wife. Here I come, single ladies. Hashtag FBI wanted. Hashtag killer with a river. Evie with a rose petal bed. Damn it, I have to fire the nanny again. Sounds like that nanny wants more than a raise.
She got a raise at least somewhere.
There we go. There we go. Fucking ferret as a butt plug. Shit. Oh my god. How the fuck do I come up with these things? I'm sorry, Toasty. If it was any other woman, I would have done it.
I picked it too.
Just so we're clear, if it was any female, I would have written the same thing. Or maybe even a guy, actually. Yeah. Oh,
super
wow,
effective.
that did really well. There we go. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate you all. Amazing.
Hey, look at that.
Straight to hell with Will. Oh, well, there we go. What are we at? 10 to 5 hours. Maybe we should wrap it up, huh? Yeah, I've been sitting in the chair for a long time. Futurama reference noted, Noel Kerins. Yeah, Futurama, that's definitely got to go on the list for review, especially for Rhoda not having seen a lot of it. So, yeah, that's one of my favorite shows ever. And there's some of them are fucking masterpieces, too. In many ways, way better than The Simpsons.
It certainly is better. And especially because it's also abbreviated, it hasn't had the chance to really go to hell quite.
Yeah, it kept getting cancelled and brought back and cancelled again and brought back. Then it was movies, then it was a show again. Yeah, there have been some good ones.
Its
I haven't
integrity
seen a
hasn't
lot
really
of them
been,
for a long time.
undermined.
Yeah, there we go. All right, guys, that'll do for now. But we'll be playing tomorrow again if you can fill this blue bar up. For that matter, I did forget to shout out that Jen gifted a membership earlier on. Thank you very much for that. Which puts us on 27 out of 50. And where's the red bar? $64. Well, unless somebody wants to gift us $35 in the next few minutes, I guess we're not seeing them Hallowitties. But, you know, never know. Miracles do happen.
Yeah.
But there we go. Yeah, thank you, everybody. This has been a great show. We've reviewed 2 great episodes of TV. Make sure you're around for next week because we'll get even crazier. We are going to be doing 2 real big hitting Red Dwarf episodes next week, starting with Gunman of the Apocalypse, which is probably the most successful. Yeah. The Riviera Kid. And yeah, which is the fucking memes will begin again once we've watched Gunman of the Apocalypse. There'll be so many, I don't even know where to start. So I'm really looking forward to that. And Emo Hawk as well is fucking great. Anyway, Noel Kerins says, hello, woobies. That's actually better. Yeah, but we need $35. We already played the other one. Anyway, let's do some outros. Toasty, what's going on with you? Congrats on the 1,000 subs, by the way.
Thank you. And yeah, tonight I'm gonna go on 8 p.m. Eastern. And I'll cosplay as Lydia Dietz, so that's gonna be fun. Doing a little Halloween stream, and yeah, that's it.
Well, super. That's plenty, I'm sure. Guys, go check out Toasty's stream later. Go see her new costume as the child from Beetlejuice. Well, she's grown up now.
No.
To be fair, it's Winona Ryder. At one point, she was considered a very, very sexy woman. Not sure about these days. I don't know much about her these days. Is she an insane Trump?
She was on Stranger Things still.
Oh yeah, yeah, I heard that. She joined the cast.
Here, go follow me on Rumble. I posted the link in the chat right there. You guys could just click on it and just follow me there.
There we go. All right then, great. Rhoda, what's going on?
We're about to start Tomb Raider 2, which due to various reasons didn't happen last night. Because I had a lot of talking to do with a lot of behind the scenesy people, but everything's all fucking good now, and we are going to be starting Tomb Raider 2 in about 35 minutes.
There you go.
So that's going to be some fun. It is my favorite of the Tomb Raider games, so I'm very, very much looking forward to that.
Decided that now?
It is.
You've actually decided. Yeah, I think it's the best one. I think most people agree.
Yeah, it is.
Total upgrade from 1. Not as crazy and getting over the top, jumping the shark as 3. And then didn't start fucking with the audience by killing her off and reminiscing about her and stuff like 4. So there we go. Very good. Well, they didn't they kill her off at the end of Tomb Raider 4?
The reminiscing was 5.
And then Chronicles
then she turns out to be alive.
Yeah.
And then
it's kind of get a bit crazy then, but yeah, two is definitely the best one.
Yeah, 2 is. You've got that opera house level. It's fucking amazing. And actually, Venice in general also very difficult, or confusing, but very good. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, carry on, mate. Sorry.
Yeah. So me and Sardoc are going to be up to that on my channel quite shortly. Just going to grab a bite to eat first, and then that will be happening. And apart from that, I just don't see any point in doing a stream on Monday. So I'll see you guys on Tuesday, and then more stuff, either Mario or Final Fantasy or Tomb Raider after that on Tuesday. And yeah, cool. So basically, thanks for hanging out, especially at the moment when we're covering like the best era of Red Dwarf. I'm really enjoying this. I'm looking forward to next week so much.
Next week's going to be amazing.
And obviously all the gaming. It's wonderful how everybody keeps showing up, you know. Love you all. Say something cool. Pretend I said it.
Beautiful. Nice catchphrase. And here is John, of course, hoping for the $35 miracle banger to get his second batch of boobies. But in the meantime, what's going on with you?
It would be nice to help wake me up. I think saying I need to run across town. Of course, there's part of me that's kind of like, yeah, can I put that off one more day? Because I am kind of tired. Anyways, old man. I'm gonna hang out tonight with Toasty over on Rumble. As she mentioned, it starts at 8 p.m. Eastern. Of course, we do shows on her channel on Sundays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, or should I say Thursday, and Fridays throughout the week at that time. You can also find me here with Rhoda and Will, of course, on this channel on Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, because we're the boys.
The boys and the fans.
That's right. And you can always find us here at that time. There might be some more jackboxing throughout the week, provided that next time we hit 50 memberships, we will do that. Otherwise, I'm also still doing the weekend culture on the weekends over on Honey Badger Arcade. We're looking at possibly shortening up the episode time to around maybe an hour and a half. So when we do future Saturday shows where I have to step away while you're jackboxing, I won't be gone quite as long.
A little quicker for the tits.
Yeah. Right. And of course, we start that at 11 a.m. Eastern on Saturdays. But been a fun-filled 5 hours of, just fanning out for time in Red Dwarf in space here with everybody in the chat and everybody here on the panel. Too bad Helzo had to leave us so soon, but he always has to get out here early on Sundays. But thanks everybody for spending all this time with us today. With that said, though, safe travels ahead. Have a wonderful week going forward. Of course, be awesome as always.
Lovely. All right, man. Thank you. Yes. And that is it then for this episode of WTF Live, Time in Red Dwarf in Space Edition 172. Crazy, long, but very satisfying, which is what it used to say on my dating resume. Anyway, thank yous are in order to the people who filled these bars so well. Nobody for dropping his member chat to let us know about his little project, which is very interesting.
Not so little anymore. It's pretty expansive at this point in time.
Yeah, I was just sort of trying not to like reveal anything, so I was just describing it as as nonchalantly as I can, It's pretty cool though, fucking cool actually. Sardoc joining as a rage beta level, so he now's going into every video in the description. Nobody for $2 as well, thank you for that as well. Sardoc as well. Furious Dan, disgusting. Furious Dan again. T-Jap Steve going bloody crazy for 20 memberships and $20 and a member chat. Paul Thomas Ashworth, St. Hugo, Roadkill, Noel Kerins, Genty Maxi, and James Opp. Thank you very much indeed. Hope you enjoyed the regular boobies. Maybe next time we can get the Hallowitties, but I don't know. We'll see. In the meantime, I will be back tomorrow, probably. I'm about sort of 90% sure I'll be back tomorrow for Hyperdrive time because I got to make content. And
maybe we should call them Mondays, the Hallow Sweeneys, since she
Hallow Sweeneys, Hallow Sween.
Yeah,
she is in it. Yeah, as a gothed up Morticia Elvira type.
I made an AI of her just like that.
Oh yeah, that's
sure
cool. Did. All right, that's it then. Yeah, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Although I think, yeah, I should be absolutely normal on time. Everything should be fine. I'm just planning a little excursion with the wife in the afternoon.
Nice.
For a bit of much needed R&R and alone time. So, yeah, take care. Spike your hair. Peace in the Middle East. Question everything. Respect the fans. Check out the Discord. Link below. And, of course, we will chat to you next time. Boys of the fans.
That's right.